We're going to have a slight delay before we get started.
and such, so. yeah.
Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Uyghur, Johnson, Warren.
Quorum is established. Business item number 1. Consider and take action. I need some feedback on if I've got this right, because it's blowing me out.
It is pretty loud for a change.
Okay. Consider and take action with respect to a resolution of the Lawton Water Authority, the borrower, agreeing to file application with the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the board, for financial assistance through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan program, with the loan proceeds being for the purpose of financing certain sewer system rehabilitation, approving and authorizing a Clean Water SRF loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million. The loan 1, FY24, $30 million. The loan 2, FY25, $25 million. And the loan 3, FY26, $25 million. Approving the issuance of a promissory note or notes in one or more series in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million, secured by a pledge of revenues from the 2019 Propel CIP 1/2 cent water wastewater sales tax and other revenues, and authorizing its execution. Approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement for Clean State SRF loans, designating a local trustee, and approving and authorizing the execution of a trust agreement. Approving and authorizing the execution of a security agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary, sewer, and refuse systems, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing the establishment of a project's cost disbursement account, and containing other provisions relating thereto. Rusty.
Yes, this is a few months ago. I brought forth a presentation on water and sewer rehabilitation throughout the water lines and sewer line rehabilitation throughout the city. This is for the sewer side in a loan to be executed, to be guaranteed by the 1/2 cent water and wastewater 2019 Propel CIP. This is for $80 million maximum amount. The current loan rates on clean water state revolving funds are approximately 3%. We have in the resolution has 4% because that is locked in the day of closing. So we have a little bit of a cushion there because rates are changing on a daily basis. So, but this is to replace approximately 125 miles of sewer lines within the city of Lawton. And as I brought forth in that presentation, here in about 3 or 4 weeks, you'll be getting requests brought forth to sign engineering contracts with 3 firms to do the design work, so that design work can start right after the 1st of July. And that way we will be able to proceed, and we're targeting trying to expedite this to get up to, in that 3-year loan, 3 different loans, we have the potential of some debt forgiveness up to $1 million in each one of those years of loans. It's not guaranteed, but it's a potential of being there. So if there is one correction that has to be made in this resolution, is our meeting's at 1 o'clock today instead of 2 o'clock, so that will need to be amended.
Okay, I just want to say this. Thank you. This is what Propel thinking is all about right here. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions or comments? Tim, do you have any requirements?
Just briefly, I think Rusty did a good job there.
we would need to, when we make a motion to approve, if that's what the council wants to do, we need to make a motion to approve with the floor amendment that the resolution be changed to reference a 1 o'clock start time instead of 2 p.m. And because this is a debt resolution, it requires 6 to pass. I would also say that we have our bond counsel. She's on her way here. She thought this was a 2 o'clock meeting, so she's on her way if there's any questions when she gets here. But if the council's comfortable, we can proceed.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion for approval
With the floor amendment.
with the floor amendment of start time at 2 o'clock. Is that good?
Start with the floor amendment that the
Start time of 1
language
o'clock.
be changed to reference a start time of 1 o'clock.
There you go. That's your motion.
It is.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. And we have 7-0. Motion carries. Item number 2, consider and take action with respect to a resolution of the Lawton Water Authority of the borrower agreeing to file an application with the Department of Environmental Quality from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the board, for financial assistance through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, DWSRF, Fund Loan Program, with the loan proceeds being for the purpose of financing certain water system rehabilitation, approving and authorizing a drinking water SRF loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million. The Loan 1, FY24, $30 million. The Loan 2, FY25, $25 million. The Loan 3, FY26, $25 million. Approving the issuance of promissory note or notes in one or more series in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million. The Note 1, FY24, $30 million. The Note 2, FY25, $25 million. The Note 3, FY26 for $25 million. Secured by a pledge of revenues and authorizing its execution. Approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement for drinking water SRF loan, designating a local trustee, and approving and authorizing the execution of a trust agreement, approving and authorizing the execution of a security agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary, sewer, and refuse systems, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing the establishment of a project cost disbursement account, and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
Yes, this is for the drinking water. This is for the water line replacements, the $80 million that was identified in that presentation. This is to allow us to secure the loan. The loans on drinking water is administered by the Department of Environmental Quality. The Oklahoma Water Resources Board also approves it with their board meeting. So just the administration is different from clean water and drinking water, and a few of the rules and hurdles we have to jump through to qualify for the loans. But this one is also eligible for that $1 million per loan debt forgiveness for each of the years that we exercise the loans.
Tim, you got any guidance here?
Okay, yes, so this will be the same situation we had before when we make a motion to approve, assuming that's what council wants to do. It will be a motion to approve with a floor amendment that we change the reference from a 2 o'clock start time to a 1 p.m. start time.
So we have that motion being made by Mr. Gill. Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Mayor, I just have,
Yes.
Rusty, just for clarification for the citizens, this is all of the repairs that we have been working on to bring our sewer plant up to date as
Now,
well as the
this is
water.
for the line construction.
Oh, the line
not in
construction,
town.
okay.
This is doesn't have anything to do with the wastewater.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Mr. Gill, just so I understand, we're clear, that is with the floor amendment, correct, sir?
Correct.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item number 3. Consider and take action with respect to a resolution of the Lawton Water Authority of the borrower agreeing to file an application agreeing to file application, the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the board, for financial assistance through Financial Assistance Program, FAP Loan Program, with the loan proceeds being for the purpose of financing certain water system improvements, alternate water supply projects, approving and authorizing a Financial Assistance Program, FAP loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $50 million, approving the issuance of a promissory note or notes in one or more series in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $50 million, secured by a pledge of revenues and authorizing its execution, approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement for financing assistance program, FAP loan, designating a local trustee and approving and authorizing the execution of a trust agreement, approving and authorizing the execution of a security agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing the establishment of a project's cost disbursement account and containing other provisions relating thereto. Rusty.
Okay, this loan is a little bit different. The FAP is financial assistance. This is a loan where the Oklahoma Water Resources Board goes out and borrows money and issues debt themselves, and then we borrow from them. The difference in this is the interest rate is just a slightly higher than the drinking water requirements, but there are requirements under the drinking water side. Buy American, Davis-Bacon wage rates, and environmental, which cost additional of 20 to 25% on a project cost. This right here is a short-term, and is being funded out of the Propel 2019 CIP, not water and wastewater half cent. This is Propel, the regular Propel. And it will mature at 2035. This loan will only be for 12 years. The other loans are for 30 years. So the reason we're using the FAP here is the cost benefit to it is we save money by paying a little more interest, but we don't have to meet the federal regulations. And this is money borrowed straight from the state and not through the federal government, so the federal regulations that we do not have to meet that drives the actual bid price up.
So I'm trying to figure this out. What doesn't come out of the half a cent?
It does not. This is for the alternate water supply. This was a
okay, I got
This
you.
is for that's the difference.
Yeah, that was 2017. I got you.
And so it has to be paid back at the end of the regular Propel 2019 Propel. So it's a shorter term, and the interest we would pay is less, even with a little bit higher.
Okay, I got that part.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. I understand the alternate water source money. Got it. Questions, comments? And Tim, what kind of motion are you looking for?
Okay, so Mayor, this would be similar to the others. It would be if council desires a motion to approve, but with the floor amendment that we change any reference to 2 p.m. meeting to 1 p.m. meeting.
I'll second.
Mr. Gill has made the motion. Mr. Hampton has seconded. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
Okay, we got a few minutes for the technology to reset. A few minutes are up. Bob. Okay, at this time, I will call this special meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Uyghur, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Let's pray. Our Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to come and conduct business before us. We ask for your wisdom and insight, and we thank you for this council. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And justice for all.
We're kind of off there a little bit.
Did I hear an echo?
Please call the roll.
An echo.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approving amendment number 3 to the employee leasing agreement with Garver LLC, extending the agreement an additional year for providing additional professional services to the city of Lawton. Rusty?
This is an extension of the agreement with our engineering. They provide, okay, now it just finally kicked in. They provide for us hydraulic modeling service for water line sizing for both private development and commercial development, along with our own internal hydraulic model. We have a model that sizes the lines based upon the flow characteristics on our system. They also provide some operational assistance when we're reviewing industrial pretreatment companies and everything. They provided review of their engineering reports for us to help us review their reports to see if it would meet our compliance with our industrial pretreatment permits, along with some other engineering activities. This is an hourly rate-based contract, and it's the same rate that we had last year.
So it's just a renewal, right?
Yes.
Council, do you have any questions?
Move to approve.
Motion for approval, is there a second? Motion and a second.
Roger.
Did you have a question? Okay,
Yeah,
Mr.
this is for this one's for the sewer, right? For the
They do several different things for us with this. They have people that can do hydraulic modeling for us on the water system. They have people that, PhDs, that can actually review the industrial pretreatment discharge of our industrial customers, along with doing other specialized design work. And then they have an operational specialist that supports us on occasions for our wastewater treatment.
Okay, wonderful. I agree with the mayor that this is very proactive, and really appreciate all the stuff you do, Rusty.
Mr. Gill?
Rusty,
Yes.
is this something that we could use this function of personnel to work in other areas if so desired, like in other departments?
Yeah, this actually laid out for doing commercial plan review. They have done commercial plan review for the city of Lawton.
How'd you know that was my question?
Yeah, and we set this contract up last year to be able to do.
Okay, so that-
used to
good.
do commercial plan review.
Right. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I'll call for a vote. Please vote.
So moved.
You're voting.
Oh.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Already had a motion and a second, Ms. Chapman. Brings up item, hold on just a minute.
Back to those.
Okay, we're going to skip 2, 3, and 4 until the bond council gets here. And so that will bring up item number 5. Consider receiving a presentation from Half Associates on the proposed final draft of the Lake Latonka and Ellsworth Recreation Areas Master Plan, following for public input and discussion, and approving the plan, including in a floor amendment. All right, go ahead.
afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good
Once
afternoon.
again, we have James Hazard here with Hackman Associates to provide a presentation on the lakes.
Okay, we like that I Love Lawton pin.
As do I, Ben. Let's see if I can get this situated. And is there a clicker or something to advance the slides here? Thank you so much. Very good. I will see you. Can y'all hear me? Okay. I will try and speak clearly. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much. I do apologize. I was doing some market research this weekend at another park complex camping over the weekend, and the allergies have really taken a toll. So if you can't understand, I can circle back and talk about that. So this is the last presentation that we have for the Lakes Visioning Plan. We started this process in 2021. We were awarded the contract to look at the lakes properties and study everything that was going on with them and provide to you a report on that as a part of the master plan. And so today with me is I can give you a couple looks. We'll try out a few. So, and I apologize for the font. It looks like you all operated with a different version, but it says what the intent of the slide is anyways. With me today in the back of the room is Dave McCaskill. He's with our firm. Lenny is not here today, but a few key staff that worked on the project. Lenny Hughes, myself as a project manager, Brandon Hay also as well. And then with me as well is Dean Runyon from Dean Runyon Associates, who assisted with all of our market research and background information on the project. So just a few things we're going to talk about today: the process of the Lakes Master Plan envisioning, the project understanding, all of the meeting and committee input that really got us the result of what you'll see today, and then the visioning plan of the result of that input. So just an overview on the vision plan process. We really started this by initiating site investigation and base mapping. What this allowed to do was just map everything that was out at the lakes, understand the physical and built environment of the lakes, and start to put together our plans, followed by stakeholder and public meeting input. We held a number of meetings, both with the public and steering committees, and a stakeholder meeting as well. Our subconsultant, there we go. Our subconsultant did the market and economic analysis, and all of that information together provided for what we presented to the public and the Lakes and Lands Commission of the preliminary master plan. What you'll be seeing today is the final master plan and renderings of the process. And with that, we are able to provide cost estimates and phasing. Thank you very much. I'm giving you the look right now. There we go. No worries. So a few things just as we approach this project and what will make this project successful now and in the future are a number of aspects that we want to call attention to the council and everybody involved. This project needs to be economically sustainable. So in the past, the lakes had been subsidized to carry utility costs and provided a level of service that didn't quite meet the expectations of the citizens, the user groups, as well as visitors. So we want to make sure that that's an economically sustainable model for everybody involved, which also lends itself to being a diverse and equitable experience. So, and it's really a balance of all of these items. You can't really take one single thing out of this key success and have a successful project. As we're talking about visitors and outside tourism, and even for the surrounding communities and the community members of Lawton, you want to have a memorable visitor experience. You need to make an experience that people want to come back to time after time, that they never feel that they've explored everything or that they've done everything out at the lakes, and that it's something that people want to come back to and experience time and time again. Throughout the process, we've also worked with the Lakes and Lands Commission and received their approval and their insight to the project. Okay. There we go. Better? Okay. So we worked with the Lakes and Lands Commission to get an approved project, have their input, and understand exactly what the challenges are from their perspective. Also, as we know, the lakes are a water reservoir for the city. And so making sure that whatever development occurs, that it maintains its first and foremost function as being a water reservoir for the city. So protecting water quality, not only the water quality, but the surrounding environment as well, to make sure that erosion and other issues don't arise, but also that we're supporting and protecting the wildlife, the hunting grounds and everything as it's adjacent to the wildlife refuge and other residences. Community support. In addition to the Lakes and Lands Commission, we wanted to engage the community and make sure that they knew everything that was going on, as well as getting their input and their feedback on the process throughout the project. I touched on the diverse and equitable experience, and then tying back to the memorable visitor experience, we want this to be a destination branded facility. And that lends itself to being a tourism draw, but really that has an effect on the local community as well. We want people in Lawton to know that the lakes are there and that they provide such a great amenity to the city of Lawton and to support the surrounding communities. No. There we go. So some of the opportunities as we balance the revenue and local residents, making sure that each one is approached in a different way, but that the two balance each other out, making sure that the desire for revenue does not outweigh the local residents and their opportunity to partake in the lakes and the amenities out there in those activities. With those two combined, it creates a balanced result. And that's really our focus is balancing the opportunity for revenue, but also those that currently use the lakes and will use the lakes once we improve them. So if we go back to the site base map preparation that we did, this is everything that we pulled from the lakes. And this is just an overview to show you all the different levels that it's broken down on. We did this for both Lake Latonka and Lake Ellsworth. So starting with vehicular access, and there's a lot of commonalities that I can talk about and a lot of overlapping themes and ideas, issues and challenges that we saw when we went out to the lakes. Number one is vehicular access. For Latonka, it's not as challenging. In fact, it's a challenge of having too much access, too much unregulated access. So fee collection and general access in and around the lakes, there are too many ins and outs. There's a lot of ingress and egress around the lakes, and it makes it difficult for staff to be able to go around and look for and confirm fees have been paid, that people are in the correct location, but also the wayfinding and finding yourself whenever you're a visitor or a local resident, finding your way in and around the lakes is a challenge, knowing where to go. And in fact, if you don't know the lakes are there, you can pretty well drive up on the shoreline in an instant and not know that you're at the lakes. There's no formal entry or designation to say that you're approaching the lakes. There's some signage along the highway, but definitely could be improved. The trails that are out at the lakes, both mountain biking and hiking trails, there's a significant amount of trails that are within the Medicine Park area, but around the lakes is a little bit lacking. The topography is not as challenging. It's suitable for a lot of development, both on Lake Ellsworth and Latonka. A lot of large open space, not a lot of topography, large creeks or anything like that to overcome. Obviously, you have Mount Scott being the most significant element in the topography around Lake Latonka and a significant feature. As we look at the hydrology and flood limits of both lakes, both are relatively stable in their elevation in that they are water reservoirs, so the constant elevation of the lake is a good thing. It's a dependable thing that we can develop around. Both with the, combined with the topography and the hydrology, we were able to look at the flood limits, the 100-year mark, and really around each of the lakes, both your existing developments and the proposed that we'll show in a little bit are not in conflict with that. Since these are reservoirs, we wanted to be conscious of the 600-foot, 660-foot buffer from the ordinary pool elevation. And as we looked at that against the master plan and what we were proposing and working through with our committees, very little of what we're proposing is in conflict with that. And the majority of existing structures do fall within that buffer. So there's precedent there and a way for the city to work around that to some regard. But just from the master plan standpoint, as we're proposing elements at a master plan level, it's a living document. It's not meant to go and construct things from. You're not going to take it and build directly from it. And something I'll touch on later is the need to go back and address individual development areas and really dive deep into the specifics of survey and that sort of thing. So anything that we show within the master plan that is in a little bit of conflict with that buffer really is not a constraint. The vegetation around both lakes also lends itself to being very developable, but also suitable for camping, both in RVs and tents. We do want to push towards developing and putting campers in vegetated areas. It's a more natural place to relax and provides natural shade, wind breaks and that sort of thing. But then in addition to that, the vegetation analysis showed us all of the open space and the kind of vast swaths of shoreline that don't have any sort of tree line protection, shade or windbreak, so we would be suggesting that as well. So jumping into the public meeting, the first public meeting we held was on October 18th, 22, and then a subsequent meeting on February 16th in 23. Both of those meetings, we provided a similar atmosphere for an additional opportunity for the residents and public to come out and show what they wanted to be at the lakes. And it ranged from a number of things, as you can see on the boards: playgrounds, amenities, natural opportunities, sports facilities, types of activities in and around the lake, such as fishing, triathlon, swimming, that sort of thing. So it really allowed the design team to understand what the public wants. If you'll go to the next slide. In addition to those boards and those two public meetings, we opened a survey that was online and open to others that couldn't attend the meetings, but the first showing of that survey was at the public meeting. So we definitely wanted to engage with everybody that was at the meeting and then also provide an opportunity for those who couldn't attend. We gathered about 130 responses from that survey. The survey touched on a lot of things that we had in the public meeting and had on the boards, but we wanted to go a little bit deeper and collect some of the information such as visitation frequency, barriers to visiting the lakes, demographics, programming preferences, which was similar to what we did at the meeting, accessibility, payment and reservation opportunities and limitations, and then the current lake quality, what people thought of the lake itself and the surrounding environment. So from that survey, you can see here a number of responses were generated. And although some of them were kind of at a higher level, some of them did provide more insight into the specifics of the programming and what people wanted to see at the lakes. So for instance, what do you like most about Lake Latonka and Ellsworth? The permanent lake spots, all the leased spots, fishing, hunting, and wildlife, and the proximity to Lawton. That is more so geared towards Latonka, but definitely both lakes provide that opportunity and proximity to the city here. and what was missing from both lakes. Clean working restrooms, improved roads and facilities, upgraded docks, a lot of the basic standard elements that you would see in the project or in the facility. The preferred overnight accommodations start with RV camping. Second is primitive or tent camping. And then third is cabins, which currently there are no cabin facilities out of the lakes. But with this response, we are proposing several areas that provide that. And then for Latonka and Ellsworth, the current facility suggestions are similar, just in the fact that they are both lake facilities. So boating and cruising ranked number 1, obviously. But then after that, it kind of mixes up a little bit, but are both generally oriented around lakeside activities. So the commercial services for the lakes also are very similar, but just different priority, ranking differently in the priorities. So number 1 for Latonka would be a marina, food truck area, convenience store, bait and tackle, and a quick restaurant option such as fast food, Sonic, or something of the like. For Ellsworth, you'd see bait and tackle being the number 1, a sit-down restaurant, convenience store, marina, and a summer camp facility. At Latonka, diving a little bit more into the specifics on that lake, what people are currently doing, general relaxation, boating, camping are the top 3, with the top 3 development desires of being restaurant and bar, non-permanent retail, and convenience. And then the people that aren't going to the lakes provided the answers of why they weren't. The number 1 being behavior of lake users. So the ability to patrol and administer police or security at the lakes is something that we are looking at in this process. They either have no barriers to visiting or the lakes are generally not well maintained. Some of the most important improvements would be recreational lake access, roadway maintenance, recreational areas for general recreation, kite flying, biking, anything outside of camping, water quality protection, and then park upgrades and beautification, just kind of a general approach to that. So at Ellsworth, very similar, but slightly different. Really, this starts to paint a picture of the 2 different lakes. Lake Ellsworth is more passive, more preserved, more wildlife opportunities, whereas Lake Latonka is highly programmed, has a lot more activity, a lot more visitation, and a lot more development in and around the lakes. So definitely, as you see the response to the survey, that indicates exactly what our observations were initially and what we heard, and then the survey confirmed it. So at Ellsworth, you'll see fishing being the number 1, boating number 2, and day use activities being number 3. People want the marina the most, followed by restaurant, bar, and additional boat slips. The top services for initiatives that need funding would be public safety, and this is a general for both of them, would be public safety, this is for Ellsworth, public safety, water quality protection, boat and kayak ramps, roadway maintenance, and land and habitat conservation. But the reasons why people aren't visiting Ellsworth is because the lakes are not well maintained, lack of adequate amenities, or they prefer a different lake environment. I suspect number 3, those people like Lake Latonka as compared to Lake Ellsworth. The top initiatives and services sought after to improve would be erosion control, land and habitat conservation, and roadway maintenance, and that's a general for both lakes there. So with all of that information, we put together a number of concepts throughout the process. We engaged with the steering committee, held 3 meetings with the steering committee, provided them our background, our understanding on the lakes. Then we prepared a number of concepts for each development area and got their directive on that. From there, we took a limited number of concepts for each development area and provided them at the last public meeting. And from that public meeting, we took people's preferences on what concept they liked the most and what changes they would like to make, and that's what we'll be showing you here shortly. So at Lake Latonka and Ellsworth, we focused on 4 main development areas. You can sign. The first one being Granite Cove. This is, I think, currently referred to as the East Side Campground, mostly day use with some RV, but vast majority of it is day use, which is beach and pavilion access, only used in a daily time frame. So what we want to do here is take the large concentration of day use and spread it across the east shore of the lake. That will help with overwhelming the area for festivals and for holiday activities, and also provide more beach access to a lot more areas along the lake. Granite Cove also provides an additional marina, in addition to more and improved day use areas, as well as RV, tent campsites, and cabins. A special feature about Granite Cove is the boardwalk that crosses the channel there, and a nature area that we want to really use as an amenity. Whether it's Granite Cove or any of the other facilities that we're suggesting, it's important to have programming and things for people to use. Again, going back to the destination branded idea and a memorable experience. When people pull their trailer or set up their tent, we want there to be things to do. Reasons to stay. There's a lot of great attractions in Lawton, Medicine Park, the Wildlife Refuge. But if people are paying to stay at this facility, we want them to not only stay, but we want them to come back. So providing trails and other things for them to do is important. So that's what we've provided here in Granite Cove, is a lot of alternate uses. At Robinson's Landing, this is currently just RV camping and tent camping, a limited amount of tent sites, boat storage, and some boat slips or boat houses. What we're proposing is to expand the boathouse capability. That would require some shoreline removal and dredging. Currently, there's an issue with the boathouses that they sit on bottom during the dry season, and we need to not only address that, but address it for future expansion in this area. A different approach to the Robinson's Landing as opposed to the others is its proximity to the existing residential on the north end that you can see there. So we want to address this area and provide more of a park-like setting as opposed to a lakeside amenity or attraction. So this is a little bit more reserved as opposed to some of the other places, although we are providing playgrounds and a splash pad as a full build-out, boat storage, and then this would also be an equestrian trailhead facility with appropriate parking and trails. Also in this area, we're providing not only additional but improved RV spaces, tent sites, and cabins as well. So this area is currently known as Schoolhouse Slough. We are refocusing this to be Schoolhouse Resort to match the level that we believe it should be at to attract visitors and support the current leaseholders. This is more or less maintaining the current organization of the area, the current leaseholders, but reorganizing it in a way that's laid out better, that provides for better services, and improves the area to provide concrete roads, pads, full service hookups, as well as some of that beach access that I was talking about. Amenity centers, which would include laundry, shower facilities, a workout room. Again, as we try and think of how we better serve the current residents and the surrounding communities, as well as the visitors and the tourism, creating a top-notch facility is what's required in order to attract that and create that image. So that's what we were trying to do here at Schoolhouse Resort, as well as some of the other facilities. This maintains the current boathouse areas, provides additional boat storage, and as I mentioned, some of the cabins, RVs, and tent sites. So one of the new areas on this lake that we are suggesting to be developed would be the South Shore. This is an area just west of your existing dam, in a relatively suitable area for development as opposed to the adjacent sites, but would provide immaculate views to Mount Scott and across the lake, being adjacent to the wildlife refuge in Medicine Park, we think that this is an ideal space to further develop the lakeshore. The main idea or special thought with this area is that currently the mountain bike facilities that are within the Lawton portion, just adjacent to the wildlife refuge, if you look kind of on the upper left-hand corner of the image there, that's where that mountain biking facility exists. But it's only served by a temporary access road that the wildlife refuge has allowed. So we would like to remove that limitation and provide a new dedicated road up to this development area and provide a trailhead for those mountain biking facilities, as well as all the mountain biking facilities and trails in and around the South Shore area. So with the trails, not only for mountain biking, but for hiking as well, we want to provide a number of overlooks that currently don't exist in a structured format. So providing those as a hiking destination from Medicine Park, this development, or even Schoolhouse Resort. We think this is a very unique opportunity, an exciting one for Lake Latonka and the surrounding communities. So jumping over to Lake Ellsworth, again, 4 main development areas that we want to focus on, 3 of which are existing, and 1 is a newer proposed development. So the first one being Collier's Landing. This is one of the more difficult areas to get to, just in the access from the highway. There's a single road into it, a lot of turns, not a lot of good wayfinding, but we want to address that and improve this area, provide a destination. So with that, we were providing some tent sites, RV sites, a few cabin sites as well, with a loop trail, just to provide an activity once you get there. This is all supporting an existing boat ramp, and we believe that having this type of development area in this location is suitable in size, but also would provide the activity needed to kind of sustain the function of this park. Fisherman's Cove, a little bit further south, protruding on a peninsula that has a pretty vast and expansive drive into the site. As you're driving through, it's a lot of open grass prairie that's currently being used for hunting. And while we do want to preserve the majority of that, you'll see kind of in the center of the screen a request that we got from a citizen group to place an RV air park at this location. We believe that it really does not conflict with any other uses. There's not any residential. There's not any other sort of development. And so this location for the RC airfield is appropriate. And there are some agreements that the club would like to approach the city with, but we believe it's a good fit for this area. Moving a little bit further into the park, you come across the entry structure where, again, we want to make sure that every development area has controlled access so that the city can capture the revenue for either day use, better control the RV site access, or just check-in process for cabins, or in general the attractions that we have. In this area, we provide for RV spaces, tent spaces, day use, as well as some cabins, again, to provide the activity in the area to help sustain it. And additionally, in this area, we also have the equestrian trailhead to really utilize a lot of the open space that we have. So Ralph's Resort currently exists on the west side of the train tracks, if you're familiar with the area, the train tracks being that vertical line that you see. The limitation with the current Ralph's Resort location is that all vessels that get put into the water have to go underneath the train tracks. Especially when the water is down, there's only a small, narrow portion that can be accessed by smaller fishing boats. If you have any sort of larger vessel, you would have to go into Fisherman's Cove or Collier's Landing, and those boat ramps are pretty undersized for any larger vessel. And so what we're suggesting with this area is to relocate the boat ramp in the main center of operations of Ralph's Resort, so check-in and main amenities to the east side of the railroad tracks. Since Ellsworth is a larger body of water and not dedicated as the fishing trail lake of the state. We think that this would have better opportunities for recreation and boat access, and have provided amenities to support that. In the current location of Ralph's Resort, we are more or less keeping intact what's there, but reorganizing it to be better laid out, but better amenities and services there. We want to keep the existing store and the existing boat ramp, since they're in good operation and standing. We believe that they can be repurposed as such. This also maintains the existing boathouses at this area as well. Further on east, across the dam is additional RV sites and day use sites to help support the activities and the operations, the kind of the oversight and management that Ralph's Resort would require, provide general additional revenue opportunities for this operator or for the city. So, oh, okay. So the last area on Lake Ellsworth is the Chandler Creek property. This is currently in the city's possession. It's been owned since the reservoir was put together. And this particular area provides a lot of unique natural beauty. It's different than a lot of the other areas and locations along the lakeshore. And going back to the group camping or the group summer camp operations, we found that this was probably the best spot for that. Being located further up on the stream or on the dry creek would be a Boy Scout or Girl Scout area. Could also support church groups, corporate retreats, any sort of ropes course. But it's away from residential, easy access on the highway, easy access to Lawton, but puts the groups, students, kids out into a more natural environment, protected environment, and also would provide the activity needed to keep this area secure, provide the oversight and eyes on the project by engaging those groups to come out and enjoy the area. In addition to the group site on the far west side of this parcel would be some cabin, RV, and tent sites, as well as a significant day use opportunity for kayaks and a small boat launch for kayaks. This would also connect to Ralph's Resort via trail. This lake is a little bit too large and doesn't have the activity to do an entire lake loop as we are suggesting on Lake Latonka, but could make an easy connection to Ralph's Resort. Drum roll. There we go. So with that, I will hand it over to Dean, the sub-consultant, to talk about the market analysis.
Thank you, James. Does this work now? The other one. There's a lot more detail than I'll talk about here that's in the report. So let me hit a few high points. I mentioned that this work was done substantially by Jordan Bolander in our office with some help from some of the other folks there. So I'll give a few high points, but if you have questions, we can follow them up afterwards. We looked at several different factors, trying to get an idea of who the audience is for the lakes, what the demand is in the past, and what it might look like in the future. And there's some interesting dynamics that have occurred, and this illustrates one of them, the increasing influence of outdoor recreation. And this is some data that we get. Was it too loud or was it not loud enough? I'll try more. So this is some data that shows really national patterns of outdoor recreation, and there's just been a lot of growth. The COVID pandemic really changed the interest in family recreation, camping in particular. I'll show you some data on that, but you're in a situation to take advantage of some national trends that we don't think are going to go away, and people are going to be looking for good quality outdoor recreation opportunities. One interesting thing we try to look at is where customers are coming from. We don't have data for your lakes on the origin of your customers. We know it's a mix of visitors and people from the local area. We know that Oklahoma City is a very substantial market for you and probably will be going forward. A couple state parks in the area had some data, and you can see the out-of-state portion of the visitors to these parks is about a third. And so we don't know what it is, but that's a substantial portion and illustrates the potential that a good facility might have at drawing people from outside the area. Outside for you would be from elsewhere in Oklahoma, but certainly down in Texas, and to some degree up north, the states to the north that might be cooler, different atmosphere. Folks might like to come down here for like a summer vacation. One of the things that we did as part of the research was look at comparable facilities, and you can see the list here. One of the major things we're looking at there is the scale of these facilities, the price points, the mix of lodging, that is RV, tent, cabin, and really what's notable about these facilities. And then think about how Latonka and Ellsworth fit into that continuum. And we shared this data with James and his folks, and drove some of the thinking about the priorities, those elements that he just showed you about. But you can see the price point there. Some of these RV sites out there are going for very good money, mainly in highly developed commercial facilities. But it shows the potential for reasonable prices for RV and cabin facilities. One of the things in doing the financial analysis that we start off with is establishing a baseline budget. As if we're going to do any projections, we have to have a baseline to start with. And so we worked with representatives of the city and the steering committee to develop revenue and expense items. And we did that separately for each of the two lakes. And this is a combination of the two. This process went on over a series of months. I must say it's a bit of a moving target in the sense that the concession arrangement at Schoolhouse Slough has changed, and so that changed the revenue mix. Some of the more recent data on that is included here, but some of the other data might not be as recent as that data. And so I would take this as indicative. The purpose of doing this sort of thing is not so much to explicitly represent these financial flows as to provide a way by which the financial considerations can be brought into a master planning process. So the conversation can go beyond design issues. And look at the financial aspects. And I think that's been successful from what we can see in the process. But it also will be changing over time as the situation with the lake changes. You can see...
I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is this 505 security, is that what you're saying it takes for the police?
Yes.
At both lakes?
Yeah.
Is that, and this is current?
That is as current as we have.
Okay.
And that was a request. We knew that there were security expenses out there that were substantial, particularly I think during the summer and in times of major events. There's just a press of activity out there, and I think the police were fairly active at those times at least, and so we asked for those expenses. So this was the estimate of that we were provided. I frankly think that this is something that might be looked back at again in detail as really what might be involved in those expenses. Is it staff? Is it, for example, are the vehicles included in that? Is insurance included in that? We don't really know. But you can see it's a very substantial number. It's the largest number. And so I think that's something to look at. And going forward, I would really encourage you to use this budget format as a prototype and look further at each of these lines and see if you can refine these numbers further. And take this as a starting point. But you can see that the revenue shown here is substantially from the lease fees and to some degree the concessionaire payments. They were pretty small at this point, and camping fees. But on the expense side, other than that large security, that is substantially staff. That's what that cost is mainly. But otherwise, it's salaries, wages, and employee expenses. How's that? It's booming in my ear. I'll have it boom a little bit more. And so there's a bit of a deficit of revenue compared to expenses. Now, I say this is a public park to a substantial degree. It's not out of the ordinary that a public park doesn't raise revenue to cover its expenses. But on the other hand, this is a real revenue opportunity. And those lakes are a real resource. They're unique. And I think there's quite a bit more that can be done with them. James. This is a little like bluegrass duets, you know, two people in one mic.
Yeah, so just to talk about this in comparison to the master plan, it's important as we move forward that the phasing is done in a very, not particular order, but with intention, in that we really want to start small and go big. Don't want to overextend the city, both in personnel, in operation costs, but also we want to do something that provides a proof of concept so that the city can cut their teeth on new development at the lakes, show the community what it's about, what the city is capable of doing, and then also start to create an atmosphere that does draw the tourism, and it's tourism that's already coming to the city of Lawton. You know, you have over 40 graduations from Fort Sill every weekend. And with each graduation, you have thousands of people coming to the area. And currently, the tourism department and those people, they can send people to the lakes, but what's out there right now can't accommodate visitors that fly in on a plane. There's no cabin or overnight stays. There's nothing to do with amenities, kayak rentals, trails. And this would really start to create that fabric, a place that people want to go and return to. So really starting off with Granite Cove, but on the south side. So Granite Cove is that larger area where the day use currently is. And we want to focus on the south portion of that. So what would that include? First of all, it'd be a high quality development. We want to make sure that it's done right. Concrete pads, concrete drives, full service hookups, and provide the standard that people expect when they go to an RV park these days. So with that would be a limited number of cabins. Again, proof of concept, allowing the city to get in the operations and understand exactly how to move this forward and get excitement on the next development opportunity. That would also provide tent and RV sites. And then we want to focus on Robinson's Landing after that. Robinson's Landing, as I suggested, is more of a residential or park environment as opposed to some of these other developments. Again, it's high quality, but we want to focus on the water leases, the boat houses, and really show the potential use of that. Then moving into the Schoolhouse Resort area, before we disrupt what's going on at Schoolhouse Resort and temporarily relocate people while those renovations are going on and the improvements being made, we need to have a place for those people to go, either to store their trailer or stay temporarily until that's complete. So Schoolhouse Resort would, as I mentioned, really improve what's there, reorganize it, restructure it, but more or less keep the idea and general location of everybody there in place. So improving and expanding on what's there. And then our first priority, our first recommendation is Latonka. Start at Latonka first. Get it right, make sure it's working, and then once that is a proven concept that the city's comfortable with operating it, maintaining it, funding it, then we start to look at the larger projects at Lake Ellsworth. And this is for a couple reasons. Latonka is currently the most used, so it would have an immediate return. People would be able to see something going on, but also it's the closest to Lawton and provides more services to the surrounding communities, and it's a larger attraction. And so once that's done, we would then move on to Lake Ellsworth, starting at Fisherman's Cove, then Chandler Creek and Ruff's Resort. And again, all of this is with the focus on high quality facilities, both day use, RV, cabins, and RV and tent spaces across the board. And sequencing it in a way like this allows for the city not to have to rework anything or trip over themselves or be in the way to the users, and would be probably the most productive moving forward. Outside of this, beyond these two initial phasing steps, we haven't really broken that out because we do see this taking a number of years to complete, even for these first 6 phases. And so to forecast really beyond that wouldn't be of benefit. That we really suggest the city reevaluate the master plan and a way to move forward after each development area is complete, so that you're not, repeating mistakes, or that you're able to learn off of these improvements as we go on. With that, I'll turn it back over to Dean.
Yeah, looking at these phases, starting with Granite Cove, we think this is an opportunity to, in a sense, kind of establish the pattern, establish the brand for Latonka, a high-quality, appealing facility that can attract people from further away from Oklahoma, that will be notable. Your local tourism folks can market, the RV community can market, and if you're going to invest in that, and the investment would be substantial, that you really take it as an opportunity to do something very nice. And so that involves all of these things that are mentioned here. And I won't go through them, but it would be a commitment that we think would be very worthwhile and would be helpful in really moving the lake to the next phase, as it were. Robinson's, it's a really important site to provide some backup to a schoolhouse, that in particular for the floating leases, that if some of those need to be moved from schoolhouse temporarily, or if you wanted to do it permanently, then Robinson's is where they could go. And there's a lot of room there. It's a very nice spot. So that is something that we think that you would benefit from looking at in the future. But it could use some real upgrading at this point, including shoreline upgrading if you're going to use it for those leases. Schoolhouse, there's a lot of potential there. You've got a wonderful facility, good water access, a boat ramp, lots of infrastructure investments. So the phase 1 here would be to capitalize on what you have, try for some improvements. You have 2 facilities to think about, Granite to the north and Schoolhouse to the south. And so you would need to develop a balance of how you're going to invest in those 2 sites. In developing the financial projections, which I'll show you in a moment, for the phase 1 developments, we really needed to look at additional staff. That's a lot of what your expenses are. And so this is just a summary of what's involved there, and relates to the nature of the development that is proposed. Site access really means people that gate houses in a way, or people who are monitoring the coming and going of RV users, but to gain a little bit more control over the site than you have now. And that will really help with vandalism, it will help with congestion, it will help with the extent to which visitors take good care of your place. So it's, we think, something that's fairly important. Quality improvements, I really mentioned already, but it just goes across the board of terrestrial, upland as well as water level improvements. Landscape, site management, those are really important things if you're going to establish a good, say, an RV park or a cabin setting. It has to look nice, it has to be nice, and so those are important investments. We didn't focus on additional staff at Robinson's, and really the staff that we'll mention in a moment is split between Granite and Schoolhouse. A site manager, and this might actually cover all of the sites along there, but a professional, single responsibility person who can really take charge and run those facilities in a professional manner. Housekeeping, if you're going to do cabins in particular, you need housekeeping staff to be able to maintain those. Site access is going to require staff. That's an example of one that really might be seasonal. It's a 1 FTE. It might be 2 or 3 people during the summer and perhaps nobody during the winter, depending on the nature of your demand. Landscape and site maintenance, a couple of people, again, that could be seasonal. You don't tend to do a whole lot of landscape work during the winter, but perhaps some. A security person dedicated to the area to try to handle the security situation a little bit more explicitly than is now, and maybe offload some of that responsibility from the police department. So that's a total of 6 FTE, and those are behind the budget amounts that we have. On the revenue side, we have the budget broken out for the phase, what's 1A, 1B, 1C, which is Granite Cove, Robinson's, and Schoolhouse. We did these separately, partially because of the need to think about the staffing for each of those sites. You might look over on the right side, which is the total, and you can see that looking forward, there's about 1.5 million in revenue here, at least in these categories. That compares to about a little over 1.0 in the baseline budget. And you can see a lot of it is RV rental, and you notice in the plan there's a lot of RV sites, but there's also tents and cabins in there. Boat storage is important, and various other categories. And it's interesting, the boathouse leases are, as we have them projected, are a substantial amount, but it's about, 6-8% of the total. Operational costs, a lot of this centers on the staffing that we just projected. We have a baseline column there, which is just the numbers you saw before, and then a change associated with the new operation, and then a total. So you can see the total expense comes up to about 1.4 million. And there's well, actually, maybe before I mention that, there's the revenue line up at the top. And you can see the very top number there on the right is 1.5. There's another source of revenue, which is substantially the ag leases, permits, some concession payments. These amounts were just carried forward from the current figures that we had. We did not project those as being any different. There may be a way to do that if you wish, but that gives you a total revenue number of somewhat over 1.7 million. So that compares to 1.4 million in expenses with a net of somewhat over 300,000. So that's an improvement over what you have now, which is negative somewhat over 100,000. This is based on some important assumptions, the price points for your various rentals. Now, let's see, can I skip over this? Yeah. Are we missing a slide?
Go back, if you would.
Where'd we go?
One more slide back. Okay. Now, what is Phase 1 described?
It's those developments that were in the table.
And what was the total cost? What was the total cost of building Phase 1?
That's in following slides.
Okay.
And that's actually not touched on in this presentation, but in the report, it breaks everything down to a much further level for your review. So it does break down that cost. I will say, similar to the thought process on how far to break this down and how far out we do project, we only looked at Lake Latonka, Phase 1, A, B, and C. So there is no projection for revenue or for phasing costs on Ellsworth, just Latonka.
We okay? Let me stick with this for just a moment. One of the important things, and James mentioned it already, is to work into this phasing, this development incrementally, and really allow your experience with new RV sites, new cabin sites, new treatment of the floating home leases, the water leases, allow that to teach you how best to move forward subsequently, and do this in phases. And pricing in particular is a difficult one, because you have a fairly unique situation here in some respects, and as the development progresses, you're going to change your facility, and paying good attention to what your price points are is going to be important. And that's actually an advantage of working incrementally and not trying to do everything at once. So work with the Phase 1, wherever you might. If you start at Granite, that'll give you some good data on RV and cabins, for example. And then use that going forward. And we had another slide.
Yeah, I think there's an issue.
Yeah, okay.
So just want to quickly touch on the overall cost of Phase 1 and the overall project. Certainly the images that I showed you, the renderings of each development area are expansive. There is a significant cost to them. And unfortunately, there's a slide missing here, but that broke down the development cost for every area. I think for Phase 1, it is in the range of, and I'm going to, maybe I shouldn't say, because I think it's in the report and I don't want to misspeak. But the rough order of magnitude, we do want to make sure that the phasing is done appropriately. There will be a significant cost up front just to develop that. But if the city is the one to oversee these operations moving forward, there is a chance to return that revenue back to the lakes and continue to maintain it, improve it, and develop on top of it. Currently, for the first time in 15 years since the leaseholder has been operating Schoolhouse Resort, there has been a minimal return to the city in revenue, just for the fact that they're operating it, they're overseeing it, and there's a small percentage being returned back to the city. For the first time, the city is actually seeing revenue come back and return to the lakes, whereas if the leaseholder was taking that revenue, there was no way for the city to develop and reinvest that into the lakes. It just wasn't there. So unless that's allocated in your general budget, if a leaseholder or an operator continues to operate all of your facilities, the ability to expand and make things better is just much smaller and more difficult. And so if you have had a chance to look through the report, if you have any questions on the cost estimates that we put together for the overall concepts or the phasing, I can certainly answer those. And then also, if you have any questions on Dean's numbers as well, we can go over those as well as they've been broken out in the report. So we've talked about a lot. This is going to be the longest presentation of the three that I give today, so thank you for holding in there. It's a complex project. There are a lot of people involved. There's a lot of people that love the lakes, and I think there's a lot more people that will love the lakes when they know that they are there, and when they can actually go out and partake in the activities around the lakes. So as we talk about engaging the community and people to enjoy the lakes, it's important to identify the potential partnerships that could attract. Here we go. Yes. I'm going to jump back real quick, okay? And actually, I will go back and talk about the phasing real quick, if you will hold on just for one moment. Okay. So for Robinson's Landing, and this, again, at a master plan level, we don't decide finishes or how much is going to be done to the nth degree. So this is all-inclusive cost for Robinson's Landing and for others. And really, as we get into the construction documents of each area and dive a little bit deeper into the design and what actually is going to be put in the ground, this cost will change. It could go down, it could go up, just depending on what is driving the project and what the feedback is from the city and from the community. So at Robinson's Landing, you would be looking at about $21 million for an all-inclusive cost for that. Keep in mind that's also dredging and reorienting the shoreline for that development area. Yes, sir.
Make sure the 21 million for Robinson's Landing,
Yes, sir.
the income that you showed was for what? What all is in phase one?
That was the south part of Granite Cove, Robinson's Landing, and Schoolhouse Resort.
Okay, but the 21 million is just Robinson's Landing.
Yes, sir. But that's a complete build-out.
And the income was for 3 areas,
Yes.
including Robinson's Landing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. I'm a real estate investor.
Yes, sir.
When you don't know if, at best, this would be an 8 cap rate. With 21.5 million invested, it would have to bring in 1.72 million to be something that I could think I'm going to invest the citizens' money in. I don't see the return on investment of $21 million. Are you guys financial guys?
No,
you
sir.
do? You don't?
So that's why we brought on the market.
You're the financial guy. Okay. So maybe you can help me understand that a little bit better. And I need you to be close to the microphone so I can hear you.
I'm a real estate investor as well.
Okay.
And I think what I would suggest is that that criterion is not the one to be applying to the project. This is a public park. It is a public asset. It's not a private real estate development. And I would suggest looking at it as an asset that needs to return its investment as a commercial investment ought to, is too high a bar to set. And that you wouldn't typically do that for public access. Think, for example, of a city park downtown, over here. Would you use that kind of criterion for investing in a new irrigation system for that park?
I absolutely wouldn't, because a large percentage of the people have more access to it, the people that own it and pay the taxes. this, my guess is 5% of the city's population don't use the lakes, and we're not going to increase that over 7.5%. I doubt that we get to 10%. And I think it was your company that said the less people that use it from the city, the more it should be self-supporting. Now, to me, self-supporting includes the investment. I mean, for the city to put $21.5 million in Robinson's Landing, and the income, I don't know what the other part you're going to get, but $330,000 of cash flow is what I saw from Phase 1, which includes 3 deals, and I didn't see any contingency for maintenance reserves, maintaining the asset.
That's correct.
I'm just not, I'm not getting there.
Well, I
I mean,
guess
we'll continue to listen to this, and everybody's got to make their decision, but it's us that has to put our name on getting the city, getting the citizens to invest millions of dollars for X return, or well, it wouldn't be a return, it would be a loss.
James, do you want to go through the other capital expenses? Because we just so far have talked in Robinson's.
And to his point, in order to capture the revenue at all and have that to invest in the future so that this would be a self-sustaining venture, it's not going to be the city's largest revenue generation, but it does provide for the current residents that are out there, as well as provide for the visitors that are already coming here and creating new visitors as well. So we haven't extrapolated that into what it means for hotel, motel tax and generation of taxes within Lawton and the surrounding areas, just focusing on the lakes itself. Although I think that there is potential for that as we look at what the lakes properties bring in, for the city overall. I can speak to some of the other development costs as well, just within Phase 1. For Schoolhouse, and again, this is a conservative number, but it's also today's dollars. We are anticipating the highest end of finishes. So again, this is something that we can pull back on and develop not only incrementally, but on different levels as well, while still providing high quality services. For Schoolhouse Resort, and that is the entirety of the lakeshore on the southeast corner of the lake, would be $50 million. For Granite Cove in Phase 1, that would be $39 million. And again, this also isn't taking into consideration the grants and external funding mechanisms that we've looked into along the way, similar to the potential partnerships. I know the State Fish and Wildlife have said, let us know a project for water access and we'll be there. We want to be involved to provide for parking, boat ramps, anything that gets people on the water, as well as having a base near the facility. There's a lot of federal programs and grants for recreation, for personnel as well as the general public. So I think, although these are large numbers, they're conservative numbers. It's our first go as far as what the phasing looks like. I think there's a lot of ways that we can get there, different vehicles to make it happen. And knowing that this is a public facility, it's not meant to make the money hand over fist, but be sustainable. And for the first time, we're starting to see the city capture some of that revenue and see the opportunities that are available with it. So I hope that kind of touched on the Phase 1 questions. Do you have any follow-up?
Okay. Was the $39 million the entire Phase 1, or just Schoolhouse Slough? I didn't follow that.
That's the entirety.
The entire Phase 1, okay.
And Schoolhouse Slough could be phased if necessary. But we saw the need to address all of Schoolhouse at one time.
James,
Thank you.
So
I'm getting 138 million for Latonka, or for those three, is that correct?
Yes, I don't have that up in front of me, but that sounds.
So, and revenues of 1.67 million annually. So broken down over the 20 years that you suggest that we build it on, that gives me about 5.25 million deficit a year. Are you saying there's grants out there that will help?
For building infrastructure, boat ramps, trails, playgrounds, yes, there are a number of vehicles and opportunities for that.
So both lakes, if we amortize that over 20 years, is a little over $10,500,000. Do you remember what your projected income is for you didn't do the projected income for Ellsworth, right?
No, we didn't. No.
Okay. So it's a big leap for me. I love that I love the plan. I mean, if I had my Harry Potter wand, poof, we'd have it, but I don't. So I'm struggling here. And I know we hired you to give us the possibility, so I'm not mad, I'm not upset, I'm just saying maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, and so, in those costs, and we have further breakdowns, but within those costs is not only the revenue generators, it's not just the RV spaces, but it's a lot of infrastructure that honestly the lakes don't have right now. There's a lot of, environmental concerns with just how things are operating right now. So it's a lot of sewer, wastewater, water, electric infrastructure that's required to get these up and running. But in addition to just kind of the foundational things that are needed to create something like this, it's also a trail that circles the entire lake. The revenue generation off of that, it's a cost. It's similar to building a sidewalk or trail within the city. It's just something that you allocate towards, but would be such a significant project and a reason for people to go out to the lakes. It's so close, and there's no reason for people not to. But in addition to sidewalks, it's playgrounds. It's a lot of things that don't create dollars, but it's the level of service the city provides. It considered a part of the parks system.
So if we adjust some of those projects, we might be able to get started on something that would come closer to cash flowing and then come back later after we build more demand? Or is it all or nothing?
No, I think and you're just talking about phase one here, correct? Yeah, I mean, the initial cost and investment to make phase one happen is scalable. Like I said, we're very conservative in our approach to this. It's a master plan, very schematic. The master plan provides all of the program elements that you want to see or that are possible at the lakes without the final tweaks. There's still a whole nother level of effort to go back through and put construction documents together, vet this out to a more detailed level, and that cost will come down. There's a contingency built in there in addition to just our design costs.
My brain hurts at this point because I'm trying to figure out how to make that work. But can we rewind early on? And I didn't want to interrupt you, but you said something about the 660 feet. And what was that you said?
So that's a state law requiring development to the offset of the ordinary high water mark. At that elevation, you would back off from the lake edge 660 feet. And that is a law that is overseen by local government, municipalities, to enforce and oversee. And all of our development, for the most part, like I said, this is a living document and things do fluctuate. So again, whenever you went and did construction documents in final development, you would adjust those. So that buffer is a state law to mandate
So I guess what my real question is is what the law actually says is that within 660 feet of the high water mark, anywhere that the natural drainage is into the lake, no structure can be built. Okay. How much of this plan is built within that 660 feet?
In the proposed schematic master plans, we went through and evaluated everything, and it was only a few structures. And
The entire Chandler Creek that you drew is within the 660 feet?
no, sir, not within the ordinary high water mark. Based on the elevation that the Water Resource Board provides as an ordinary high water mark, offset 660 feet, it's our understanding that only a small portion, I believe the kayak launch and a few RV spaces fall within that.
Okay.
Do RV spaces count as structure, James?
The definition that the law provides is very vague. It's any man-made element, basically.
State law actually says that a structure is defined as anything built or constructed by a human. That would be a walking trail with gravel. That would be anything.
Yeah, so the majority of our development is we've gone back through and evaluated exactly where things land, knowing that this is a living document. Very little of it actually falls within that buffer. And the ability to adjust that and the flexibility within our design provides no conflict there, is our understanding. However, there are a number of things that are currently existing at both lakes that do fall within that. So there is a precedent there and an understanding on a local municipal level of what's allowed to be erected and constructed. So that's our understanding and evaluation of the plans.
So you're saying that stuff would be grandfathered in?
At this point, yes. And I don't know when that law was created, but he may have more information on that.
I was going to sit over here and be nice, but it's going to be really difficult for me to do that. I sat in a meeting with someone from your company and explained this law to them months ago. And they said, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We can do that. I have here an opinion from the Solicitor General's office that says you can't. I don't understand why no one cared until now. Well, maybe you still don't care. I mean, because you're still talking like that's okay, that we get to make that decision. We don't get to make that decision. We don't decide on state statutes. And I don't understand why we've got a whole plan in front of us that relies on us determining what state statutes means.
I think there might be a misunderstanding of my my approach to this. What I'm saying is at a master plan level, things are in nature schematic, in that when things do progress and we look at actually developing these individual spots, that is whenever we would go through and fully vet and actually pull the information from those resources to make sure that those elements did not fall within the buffer. Things are at 1,000 feet elevation when you're looking at these plans. So there are some things, and that's what I'm saying, there are some things that do fall within that buffer, and I'm not saying that that's not a concern. I'm just saying that there's still opportunity with this type of master plan to adjust things as necessary.
I think the plan is great. I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to be misunderstood. But what we're doing is backing into something without knowing where we're backing, because I understand what you're saying. We can adjust the plan. Well, we could adjust the plan a lot better if we didn't have a finite amount of property to build on. But if we start taking spaces away, that changes the numbers. And how can we make a decision on doing something on numbers that aren't, I mean, they're not solid. In fact, they're very, very fluid, because if we're going to have to start moving structures out of the 660 feet, we don't have a lot of area to move those to in certain places, so we're not going to be able to have those structures in some areas, so that's going to reduce the amount of income that we're going to have. So, I mean, the plan, as far as drawing it out on a piece of paper and making it look pretty, I think it's great, but the whole financial ability to make it pay for itself or even come close or have even an inkling of an idea of how much money it would bring in it's just vapor.
I do want to touch on that point, and I think it's very important, as our master plan outlines, that this plan, in addition to revisiting it after every development is started and finished on an annual basis, but at the very minimum, every 5 to 10 years. It's important to revisit these documents because they are, in fact, that any master plan you look at is a living document. For the very reason why we didn't extend any of our projections or analysis beyond phase A, B, and C on Latonka is just for that reason, because there is so much change that needs to occur to keep up with the community's current needs. We can't project what the community is going to need that far into the future. We can speak in relative future, but that's why we focused on our 3 main development areas on Lake Latonka. And for those 3 development areas, again, at a master plan level, there's very little conflict and concern there. There's also ways to work with the development and knowing what's existing there out at Latonka and Ellsworth. I think it's important to note.
This is real tough for me because I think they're beautiful pictures and I think it's a wonderful plan. But if it was in town where you were building some economy that your citizens that were making the investment were capturing that economy, then we could look at it differently based upon what it's doing to the economy. But it's however many miles it is out to the lake, and we love the lake and we love all our neighbors out there, but we're asking the citizens of Lawton to make an investment in an asset that isn't going to pay for itself, that's going to build someone else's economy. And we love those people that were building their economy, but we're asking the citizens of Lawton to invest in it. Those are my thoughts. What is it we're looking for today, City Manager?
Approval of the plan, Mayor.
Tell me, to define approval.
I actually think that we should make a floor amendment and accept the plan. I think that's the more precise language. And it's just council's recognition that the plan is complete, that they're taking it on, and then there's no further action required on behalf of the vendor.
Well, Council, I'm open for suggestions of the way I'm thinking is wrong. If somebody up here, and I'm asking the council.
And Mayor, if I may, there's a few more slides I'd like to get through, kind of a first steps approach, just to address kind of the near future of the project, if I may. Okay, thank you. Uh-oh. No, sir, thank you. I'm giving you the look. A few looks. It will be, I believe so. Next steps, I believe, is the slide. Few more, please. There we go. Where to start? Potential partnerships. So, as I mentioned, both in funding and engaging in the lakes areas and development areas, as we talk about group camps, campsites, and the yacht club and boat club and existing amenity, existing organizations that are out at the lakes, I think it's important for the city and departments to engage with those groups so that the city knows what's going on and they can direct people to the lakes, but also external organizations, the Wildlife Refuge. We had some really great conversations with the new director of the Wildlife Refuge. If you haven't met her, she's a great resource and knows a lot about the refuge. Oftentimes, the refuge's campsites reach capacity and they need to direct people to other locations. Hopefully, the lakes would be a spot that they would direct people, and vice versa. Similar to Mount Scott closures on certain days or times, working with the tourism department here in Lawton Fort Sill, and knowing exactly how to direct people in programming is an important thing, but also for funding opportunities and things like that. Similar to Medicine Park, it's a great local resource for the lakes, great support there, both with amenities and housing, and could really play off each other. And that's really the strongest relationship that we saw coming out of this is it's Lawton Lakes, Medicine Park, and the Wildlife Refuge. Those three things combined create a significant draw for the area. And would help sustain this project and move it forward. Visit Lawton Fort Sill members, again, I talked about things happening within the Wildlife Refuge, but for Visit Lawton Fort Sill to know things that are going on at the lakes, or if there, when there is development at the lakes, being able to send those visitors, the graduation families out there, to enjoy an amenity that you already have. And the same thing with the state parks. There's a couple local state parks that could also be partnered with and teamed with. If you didn't know it already, Lake Latonka is on the statewide fishing trail. Significant achievement and place to be across the state. This lake is on the southwestern loop of the fishing trail and is one of the few lakes in this area. My research into the fishing trail, and that's really state tourism partnership and connection, has shown a lot of return on that program. It's a simple marketing tool for the state and highlights the significant amenity that you have. And so really building up and expanding on all these partnerships is an important step to take for the city. So as we look at phase one, we understand that the construction will take a number of years. This is a new project, a novel master plan for the city. And so there's no timeline determined at this point other than, an approximate 20-year build-out of those phases. There's also no immediate budget. Since this hasn't been on the forefront of the city's mind, it's not something allocated in the CIP or anything like that. So funding would need to be determined and set aside at a future point. So now that we have completed the visioning report, really, we turn this over to the city to, based on our phasing recommendations, to really hone in and identify exactly what needs to be built, what can be built by funding and time restrictions. Once the city determines that information and exactly what they're going to move forward with, or a general scope, they would select a design team. Yes, sir. Okay. You had your finger up like you had a question. They would solicit a design team through an RFQ process, and then once that team is selected, you would move forward like any project and start your detailed survey information and perform detailed site analysis specific to exactly where you're building. That's when we would go through and make final revisions based on buffers, state restrictions, anything like that, and really define exactly where things are going to be set and put the details together. That is your construction document phase, ultimately rolling into construction, and then that project gets turned back over to the city to operate, maintain, and continue on. So immediate recommendations. Day one. These are things that all should happen really outside of the master plan. These are things that need immediate attention to not only help the lakes become something significant, but also to support your staff here and be able to more efficiently operate the lakes properties and support the lakes manager and everybody that contributes to the lakes, and also improve the image of the lakes, serve the community in the way that they're asking for. So starting with facilities, renovated bathrooms, showers, laundry facilities. We're starting at the basics, at the very fundamentals of what the lakes need. Additional shade opportunities, whether that's additional pavilions, day use structures, or even just tree plantings is needed across the board. Improved RV and tent spaces. So currently, a lot of your spaces are covered in gravel or have maintenance issues with canopies or just general maintenance items across the sites there. Allocating budget towards that to at least getting them usable until future improvements can be made as a short interim step there. Then getting your marina and your store operators online and engaged. That's the store at the north end by Robinson's Landing. That's the marina down in Schoolhouse Slough, as well as Robinson's Landing, making sure your stores are open and operational to help support the visitors that are coming out there and using the lakes. You want to focus on experience. So with your facility improvements and renovations, you want to focus on experience. So engaging in some sort of marketing, additional signage on the roads, and just providing better awareness for the lake's properties. Wi-Fi has become a standard utility that people depend on. So providing Wi-Fi at some of your day use spots or your marinas, your stores, that way people then can, if you look at the bottom line, go online and pay for the reservations for either boat, RV, golf, fishing, whatever, so that they aren't required to go into the store, fill out a book, or come up to the city hall and write a check. That's just not the way the world operates anymore. And we see the need to become a little bit more modern in that approach right off the bat. In addition to Wi-Fi and online payments, we saw the need for just additional security lighting to create a more secure feeling when you're out at the lakes, at the boat ramps or restrooms, to just provide better visibility out there. Then I want to kind of reach back to the equitable experience. Even in the interim, I think there are still things that the city can do to address the equitable experience, providing and balancing the freed and paid activities as the lakes start to improve. And then access and signage, that kind of goes back to the security and overall feel of the lakes, making sure that people can not only navigate to the lakes, but in and around the lakes and know where things are located. And then lastly, operations, additional security staff. Even with the high cost of the police presence out there, it's still not enough to go and deter people from leaving trash out there or paying their reservations, their fees, and would also just provide a more safe and secure environment and more comfortable environment for people to go. Just across the board, additional maintenance is needed to make sure that as things are being used, that they are being operational, that they're still operational moving forward. And with the additional maintenance, some of the larger renovation projects might not be as large as they are today. It's just deferred maintenance and not a budget to do that with. And I think some of the challenges with even these things that you see here, specifically maintenance, the challenge is that previous to when the city took over the operations of Schoolhouse Slough, again, all of that revenue was more or less lost. The return to the city was very minimal. And with that, unless you have outsourced or external funding, there's no way to continue to maintain, improve, and operate the lakes, and things do fall in disrepair. And so I would recommend that the city really evaluate exactly how the leases are handled moving forward, both in concessionaires and lessees, to make sure that the citizens of Lawton aren't having to, foot the bill for a lot of things that they don't see a return on with maintenance and operations there. Increased staffing folds right in with additional maintenance and security, but staffing for fee collection and that sort of thing is needed, and then an update to the fee schedule. So immediate increases that we would recommend, aside from tent RV spaces, would be for the lease spaces, and that is due to an uneven approach that the leases have landed at. Again, I think this is due to the operations previous, before the city took over, that if you look at the leases across the board, there's really no rhyme or reason other than maybe the year that you signed up for your lease, or the general location. You might have $1,000 or several $100 difference from one spot to the other. And so, again, talking about an equitable experience, we want to make sure that, number one, everybody is paying their fair share, but number two, that it's covering operations and maintenance. So increasing all leases to a minimum is important moving forward, both for the boathouses and the RV spaces, the leased spaces. For overnight accommodations, such as tent and RV, there would be no change, similar to hunting fees or boating fees, really just focusing on the longer-term facilities. And obviously, whenever improvements are made, there would need to be adjustments across the board for overnight accommodations as well as annual accommodations. And then access control. I talked about wayfinding and the need to direct people into the lakes, but also controlling the access and making sure that fees are captured for both day use and overnight, as well as annual lease holders. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and have public input as instructed in the agenda item. Okay, we're back in business. At this time, we will open the microphone for public input and for public input. Anybody that'd like to come and speak on this Lakes Master Plan, please come forward at this time. I'm a little surprised. These meetings were so well attended. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have public input today. Well, council, it says that consider receiving presentation. We did that. Allowing for public input, we've done that. And approving the plan, including any floor amendments. Now, I'm going to let the attorney speak to his interpretation of that agenda item.
Okay, so Mayor and Council, the way the agenda item's written, just like the mayor says, we can approve the plan, we can reject the plan if we take no action on this, we can table this, whatever the council's pleasure is. But in reading the item, it talks about, after the discussion, it says, in approving the plan, including any floor amendments. I'm personally reading that to mean would be floor amendments would be to the plan. If we wanted to change something with the plan, that would be where the floor amendments are coming from. But again, with that said, I think the council, at their prerogative, they can approve this. They can approve the plan with floor amendments to the plan. They can table this item and maybe direct staff to bring it back with additional options to maybe just acknowledge receipt of the plan or something to that effect. Whatever council's pleasure is on that.
Can I make a motion? Can I make a motion to accept the plan as completed and stop there?
So, in other words, acknowledge receipt of the plan?
And that way, their job on that is done to
Right.
this point. If
Yeah.
we wanted to move forward later, we can agenda an item and do something else.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do that, I would just, instead of accept, I would say move to acknowledge receipt of the plan.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we acknowledge the receipt of the plan.
Have a motion, is there a second? Second. And we do have a second. Discussion or debate?
Yes, I have some discussion. I would like to reject the plan because I feel if we accept this plan, even though we don't intend to do anything with it possibly but table it, we've still in our way approved this so it goes in the archives and it lays there. And I'd hate for someday much later on when things have changed dramatically from today that someone looks at this and says, look, we have this plan, and try to do it. This plan shows that it's not going to make any money. It won't even carry itself. It's strictly a bad investment. And since we really don't have the luxury of surplus money, as a lot of cities do, we certainly don't have the per capita to increase this anytime soon. It's just my own feeling that we just need to reject it.
So are you making a
Substitute
comment,
motion.
a substitute motion to reject? Is there a second?
I have questions about that.
You have a question about the
I
substitute motion?
may want to second it, but I need to understand.
Okay, ask your question.
Mr. Attorney, what does accepting it mean? What does rejecting it mean as far as our commitment to Half and Associates or their commitment to us?
So I think Randy's motion was to acknowledge receipt was the technical term. So acknowledging receipt, in my mind, is you're just acknowledging that we have received the plan, but we're not approving the plan. So that would be a distinction there.
So could further work still be done on the plan? I share Randy's thoughts about the high water line, and that we're looking at a whole new plan on Chandler Creek that, according to some of our past meetings, we thought that wasn't possible. So depending on whether or not we can revise the plan, but if we accept it today, does that mean Half is done, and anything else we want to do is cost us more money. That's my question.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on their contractual requirements. I would defer that to Christie if she knows what the rest of their contract is.
Just wanted to clarify that this is just a visioning plan. This is not a conceptual plan. So this is just a very broad visioning. And like I stated earlier, any specific improvements that we want to make, we'd have to go through the RFP and stuff like that, design. And so, of course, Half Associates was hired, seems like about 1.5 years ago, to do a master plan. And so this accepting the plan or acknowledging the plan would just be finalizing that task order that we gave them 12 to 18 months ago.
And if we reject it,
We still have to pay them.
Yeah.
well, I get that. James needs his money, so, but what I'm asking is there still, could we work with them further to refine this?
After acknowledgement of the plan, then that would end this task order. If we wanted to make additional modifications, then we get a quote from them for the modifications and keep tweaking it down the line.
So even if we reject the plan, it's still going to cost us more later down the road?
Yes.
Would you explain that? If we reject it, it's over with. We don't have to pay any more money. So why would we pay more later?
Well, we paid all this money to Half and have nothing as a result of that.
I don't follow that. We pay all this money to Hatch, but we don't get anything.
Well, we paid Half to do a master plan for us for the lakes. And so if we reject the plan, then we've paid them and don't have the result.
I think that's my point. If we reject it, we're done. I don't oppose Randy on this at all. I mean, you're just wanting to table it, but I want to make sure, as far as I'm concerned, we're done with it. It's not a feasible plan, at least from an economic standpoint. I certainly don't want to spend tax dollars to do anything I've seen on this plan, and I don't think we have those tax dollars. And I think we have a lot of other things a lot more important as a council to get done for the city and the infrastructure of the city than to go out to the lake, where it would be great to have it, but the percentage of people that use that lake is probably much less than, I'm not even sure what they stated, but the research I've done, you're less than 15%. So I'm not really opposing you. I just want to make sure we're done with that. That's what I'm talking about, and I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, that we just pay them and we go forth.
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask James. James, could you go back and look specifically at the Chandler Creek area and make sure that those recommendations that you made are not within the 660? I think that would help if you guys can verify that data. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's something that we could provide a formal response on. I will say that even through the design process, that's something that we were cognizant of. And just recently, after receiving some notification that this would be an issue, we went back and reevaluated all of our plans, and that's how I know that some of these elements do conflict or do cross over that line, but wouldn't be a conflict as a visioning, living document. But that being said, if it's a serious concern of the council, we can go back and verify that specific location as well.
Thank you.
In regard to Randy's motion, first of all, I want to listen to legal as to what the best thing is. If we reject it, then we're done working with them, would be my assumption. Then if we, acquire a lot of money or something, or we want to go back and say, okay, we have received this plan, we can tweak it now. But if we reject it, we can't do that, right?
Okay, so what I'm hearing now, we have Randy's motion to acknowledge receipt.
Yeah.
We have a substitute motion to reject that hasn't been seconded. A third option could be to table this and go the way I think Councilman Harris maybe mentioned and have Half do the do the deal on Chandler Creek and bring back further information on that.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the second motion. I need to get back to the rules. Mr. Harris, did you get your question answered, and are you seconding the substitute motion? You are? You are not. Okay.
I am not substituting.
We have a substitute motion on the floor to reject. Is there a second? We have a substitute motion on the floor to reject. Is there a second? Okay, the substitute motion fails. We're back to the original motion.
I have another substitute motion,
Okay.
and that is to table this.
Have a motion to table to a date certain, or just until we get back to it?
And
Till somebody brings it back up.
indefinitely. So yes, so somebody brings it back, so then we can have time to evaluate that question of the water lines.
Okay, is that what you seconded?
I'll be okay with that, yes.
Substitute motion is to table indefinitely. It has been seconded. We deal with the substitute motion first. Discussion or debate?
Yeah, I have a question, Tim,
Yes.
for you. In this whole process, we've paid for work to be done, and Mary Ann, Councilman Hankins brought up the fact as to whether or not the use of this plan is contingent on accepting or rejecting. With that said, I wanted to further ask a detailed question attached to what Councilman Hankins said. In the event that we follow Councilman Warren's acknowledging the acceptance, then if we decide to use part of the plan, as she was saying, tabling it now, is that gonna limit us from using part of the plan if we decide to use part of the plan?
No, I mean, if we table it now, and it's tabled, if someone wants to bring it back up for discussion or consideration, they could do that at a future time. Conversely, if you acknowledge receipt of it, it could be used at some point too. We're just acknowledging we received it. We're not approving it.
So what is the difference between the tabling and acknowledging the receipt?
I would say that the tabling it is just they are similar, but it's even less formal than acknowledging receipt. We're just tabling it.
Councilman Hampton, I would say that by tabling it, you're giving the vendor an opportunity to go back and re-verify that those questions that we had. If we acknowledge receipt, I don't think that will occur.
And if we acknowledge receipt, we couldn't bring it back for another 6 months, right? Is it 6 months?
That sounds right. Depends on how
That's correct, unless, like, council can override that with a 2/3 majority, but yes.
Further discussion or debate? The motion we're discussing and debating is to table indefinitely. Is there further discussion or debate?
One more question to legal. If we do reject it, then it's still our report, we paid for it. Is that not correct?
I mean, it is, I'm assuming it's been paid for.
Well, we will pay for it, so since we are going to pay for it, it's ours. So if we, the council, want to go back at a later date and look at a particular creek or a particular piece of it, we can certainly do that even if we reject it. Is that not right?
Yes, I think you could bring it back and look at it.
Okay.
Further discussion or debate? Ms. Chapman?
My head is swimming right now. Why couldn't we, with either one of these motions, bring it back whenever we want to bring it back?
Okay, well, with either one, I think you could. If you table it, you can bring it back to a date certain or at some point in the future. If you acknowledge receipt, all you've done is acknowledge that you've received it, and then if at some point a council member wants to talk about implementing something, you could bring it back, either way.
We put rules on ourselves, but we have the ability to override our own rules. So
My intent was just simply to get to verify the information in the report is accurate as far as to the shorelines and what we can do and what we can't do, because that makes a whole different, whether it's economically feasible or not, it makes a whole big difference on whether the plan is accurate. So I just want clarification on that.
On the tabling indefinite, we're still going to have that 160 water line taking a look at. Is that correct? Is that part of this motion that we're voting on?
That would be part of my motion.
I think we can table
What did you
indefinitely.
say?
What Alan just said, to have Half go back and
Back up just a little bit, now say it.
to table it indefinitely, to have Half verify the laws and how that applies to this plan to make sure that it's accurate.
Are you accepting that amendment?
I don't understand that amendment for sure.
Okay, I'll make the motion to table the amendment.
Okay, we're back to the motion. It's the same motion you made, table indefinitely. It was seconded by Mr. Gill.
Table that I like, yes.
Further discussion or debate, Mr. Hampton.
Yes, I'm just ensuring, I think that I would like that 160 to be looked at. And with that tabling, is that going to happen?
I mean, it's not part of the motion. The motion was to table indefinitely.
And we can only have one substitute motion. So we're going to vote on the substitute motion to table. Everybody ready? Let's vote. And the motion to table carries 7-1. Now, we are going to go back to 2, 3, and 4 so we can clean that up while we got our bond counsel here. Robbie, I'm not into, with all the stuff we've got on this budget, listening to another hour and a half of presentations. So while we're doing these 3, if you would figure out how long it's going to take you, we'd decide whether we're going to deal with it today or reschedule, okay? Okay, and we'll be back with you in just a minute. We got to read 3 rather long paragraphs.
Mayor, their presentation should only last 30 minutes approximately.
Say again?
The presentation with the aquatic consultant should only take 30 minutes. Yes, sir. And we've also got another presentation for Elmer Thomas Master Plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, we're going to item number 2. Consider and take action with respect to a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, approving action taken by the Lawton Water Authority, the authority, authorizing the authority to file programmatic applications for financial assistance through loan programs of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, and authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of promissory notes or notes in one or more series of the authority to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million for financial assistance to the Clean Water SRF loan, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
This is the acknowledgement of what action was taken by the Lawton Water Authority. And with this action right here, you're just acknowledging what the Lawton Water Authority took action to earlier this afternoon. And we do have our bond counsel here, Lynn Driver, if you wish to.
Lynn, do you want to tell us anything? Okay.
There are 2
Council, do you have
corrections
questions? Do we have motion?
Okay, so like we did on the Water Authority item, Mayor and Council, on this one, we would have to make 2 floor amendments. So if we move to approve, the motion would need to include the floor amendment that we change any reference to regular session to special session and any, the time reference of 2 o'clock to 1 p.m.
Council?
I make a motion that we approve this with a floor amendment that everything referring to regular meeting be changed to special, and anything referring to 2 o'clock be changed to 1 o'clock.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Brings up item number 3. Consider and take action with respect to a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, approving action taken by the Lawton Water Authority, the authority, authorizing the authority to file programmatic applications with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality for financial assistance through loan programs of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, and authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of a promissory note or notes in one or more series of the authority to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million for financial assistance through the Drinking Water SRF loan, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement and as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
Again, this is following up on the action of the Lawton Water Authority earlier, and this is for the drinking water side. This will also need the 2-item corrected.
Council?
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so yes, so just so it's clear, the motion would need to be to approve, but with the floor amendment to change regular session to special session and the 2 p.m. reference to 1 p.m.
I make a motion to approve with the floor amendment to change regular session to special session and mentions of 2 o'clock to change that to 1 o'clock.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 4. Consider to take action with respect to a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, approving action taken by the Lawton Water Authority, the authority, authorizing the authority to file programmatic applications with Oklahoma Water Resources Board for financial assistance through Financing Assistance Program, FAP, loan programs of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, and authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of promissory note or notes in one or more series of the authority to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $50 million for financial assistance through the Financing Assistance Program, FAP, loan, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
This is also a follow-up on the action taken by the Lawton Water Authority. This is for the alternate water supply financing, and this also needs the same floor amendments.
Tim.
Okay, so yeah, just like Rusty mentioned, if we do a motion to approve, it would need to be with the floor amendments that we change any reference to regular session to special session and any reference to 2 p.m. to 1 p.m.
Council, I make a motion to approve with floor amendments to include changing any reference to regular session to read special session, and any reference to 2 o'clock be changed to 1 o'clock.
So second, I got a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Now, is it 30 minutes for both of these presentations? All right, we're on item number 6. Consider receiving a presentation from Half Associates on the proposed final draft of the Lawton Aquatics Master Plan, allowing for public input and discussion and approving the plan, including any floor amendments. Christine.
Good afternoon again, Council and Mayor. We have Robbie here from WTI, which worked with Half Associates for the Aquatics Master Plan.
How tall am I? Or should be your Mayor and Council, I hope you don't have presentation fatigue, but we want to thank you very much for letting us speak to you today. This is just a summary of the Aquatics Master Plan that we've turned in, and we hope you've had a chance to read through that, or that you will. I think it's kind of geared and laid out to be able to mesh with the master plan that HAF did for the parks, and that was kind of the intent. Is this working now? Very good. So you see some of the same team members. We have brought in a sub-consultant that we like working with across the country to analyze the community, compare other pools, other cities, and what they're doing. And I can tell you, when we come to Lawton, it is not unique. There are so many cities that built pools in the 50s, 60s, 70s that are having to deal with them in one way or the other right now. This was not an evaluation of the pool by itself. The agenda is going to be such: planning process, existing city facilities, talk about potential partnerships, and then we'll do the market analysis that Scott will present, and then operations plan. Hey, what's next? We like, and we know you do, like looking forward, and we're hearing this from you today. So you recall your city, and these are aquatics offerings right now. A couple of them are in the future with Lee West and East Side, and we'll talk a little bit about those in a little bit. And then Earl Thomas, of course, the spray ground, and then we're even talking about that being a wonderful site for a new pool at some time. So we started off this in January 12th, and with a kickoff, and then after we kicked off, we went around and looking at all facilities. We also just completed with you a wading pool evaluation that I was able to present here last time we did. We'll do the market analysis, facility recommendations, operational planning, and then we hope to have a completed master plan for you. So we did look at, with an architect, at the facilities that were supporting the wading pools, and it just it helped us kind of decide that these are going to be very expensive to bring them back. And so that was our recommendation last time, as we pretty much condemned them. They're out of date, they're out of code, and we know during this process that you had to make some decisions, and I think that Christine's going to operate one of them. We understand that, and as well as the pool. And I know you've seen, sorry, I went too far. So you've seen these wading pools, the condition that they were in. Hey, they served a purpose. And when we came up here, just like how we feel about diving boards, the answer isn't just to take them out. But unfortunately, they had enough issues where that was our recommendation. Also, when we saw the pool, it was a very, very cloudy pool that day, and we felt like there was multiple problems, and so we described those problems in the past, and we understand the pool. I've been over there today, and Christine's done a great job. They power washed it, cleaned it up. They're adding sand to the filter. They're doing everything they can to have another summer there, and we support it. You know, it's a diamond in the rough when we went to see Elmer Thomas's splash pad. It was wonderful. There were 3 or 4 birthday parties. There was more kids than we saw at all the other facilities together. And it's really a neat way to go, especially because it is a flow-through system. So it's relatively inexpensive and very long-lasting. I also am aware that the other splash playground, that is a circulating system, and that if Christine needs our help, we'll make sure she knows how to, recommend flow-through system for that if that's the direction you want to go. So potential partnerships. Certainly study the other bodies of water around here. The first place I went to was the Y. And I think you know the CEO there, Frank, former city council member. He gave me a lot of time. And we talked about Lawton, we talked about the Y, we talked about how he might partner with the city. And they teach 1,500 swim lessons a year. They have 2 lap pools. They host 2 swim teams. And that's for free. They actually trade the swim team time for gym time for their sports program. So it's a wonderful relationship. But they are pretty busy, and there's all the pools we're going to talk about here. I mean, these 2, the college pool is an indoor pool. We've got lap lanes covered. Anything that we would suggest for a new outdoor pool would not have lap lanes. you've got enough in this city serving this lap swimmers. Went to Goodyear, they were very kind, and they said, the pool is for our employees and their guests. Okay, and the college said, you know, you can join the alumni association even if you didn't go to school here, and then you could use our pool. Pool was down that day. It's still got a broken heater. It's been closed for 12 weeks, so the Y took the other swim team that the college was hosting, and they're hosting them there. Also, the Y got a $350,000 gift from some member, and they've replumbed the whole pool. So those pools are in excellent shape to serve the public for swim lessons. One's only 4 feet deep, and for lap swim, and for swim team, and for membership. So we don't really see another way that the city could jump in there. I think they're serving the population well. It's a good situation, but I didn't find them or any of these to be a partnership opportunity right now. Scott.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Really value the time that you guys have put into this, and hopefully us as well. So one of the things that we want to take a look at with an aquatics master plan is the first question: should the city be in aquatics overall? And we can affirmatively say yes to that based on some of the information that you see here. There is a commitment by the city. Swimming is a lifelong skill. There's a number, you talked about the lakes, so there's a number of bodies of water where we feel that having safe environments are important to its residents. But then also, lastly, affordability is a key hallmark in this community as we move forward. So when we consider what the market for an outdoor aquatic center or what aquatics looks like overall, we do take a look at what a primary service area is and a secondary. And when we looked at the primary service area, that is the city of Lawton, and the secondary service area of about a 45-minute drive from Lawton, and that's that red area on the graphic there. And what we determined is there's ample population to be able to to support facilities. There's a great amount of diversity here. There's a young demographic that is seeking recreational opportunities, specifically in aquatics. But there is a little bit of fluctuation in the income that is here. And I think all of you guys know and understand what those challenges are, having the fort here as well. So overall, as far as when we look at participation and what facilities the city currently offers, there is strong participation in swimming. About just under 16% of the population participates in swimming, which equates to just under 11,000 individuals, which is then a total would equate to about 455,000 pool visits. Now, we'll note not all of those come to your facilities. They're spread out amongst the YMCA, the Goodyear facility. There's a homeowners association, also in the potential having the Indian Casino with their water park, the splash pads, and all those kind of things. So again, that's not what we'd anticipate for coming to one facility. That's spread out amongst all facilities in the area. So when we take a look at what your current operations look like for your outdoor pool, the annual investment that the city has in that equates to about $110,000. There is minimal participation. There's a high maintenance cost of that facility considering the age of it. It's not very multi-generational. And then there's a connected tot pool. And the reason that that's a challenge is because if there's an issue or challenge from a sanitary standpoint from the tot pool, that impacts the main pool. And so if you have one in one, then it impacts the other, and you can't have both of them operating at one time. So again, you can see some of the other items and issues and challenges that are present within the area.
Okay, when we look at trends for aquatics across the country, especially in Oklahoma, Texas, we have several jobs in Oklahoma right now, 3 in Tulsa, 2 in Edmond, 1 big Y in Wichita Falls. I say that because it's all kind of the same thing. People are looking for a user experience that's social, that's fun to go to. Most of the pools are 4 feet or less in depth now. Lazy rivers are really popular. They're people holders too. People go, they relax. Or earlier in the morning, the seniors walk against the channel current, and it's a great exercise program. They're there to celebrate birthdays. They're there for watertainment. Watertainment is something we call, anything that is more than just a body of water to participate in. And operations typically are achieving about 50 to 75% of their cost after during the year. This is a typical lazy river that has just a few amenities, so that it isn't, off the charts in cost. It's a pool that we shared with the staff when we kicked off, and we showed them many things. And this is what Christine and her team said. Hey, I like the lazy river. I like a beach entry. And there is an example of a beach entry. Can you imagine the difference between your pool now, my pool growing up, and these? Beach entries that little bitties can play in that starts out at 0 depth, and this one, particular one, goes to 3 feet, and it's very gradual slope, so it's very safe. And then there's other activities we do at this pool, like volleyball, basketball. It's multi-generational. As a grandparent, I'd bring my kids here. And they have family changing rooms, so that if my 6-year-old granddaughter has to go to the bathroom, I don't have to make a decision which bathroom we're going to. That's not today's world. It's new. Water slides are also pretty fun. What if we do one? This isn't a water park, but what if we do one that's fairly modest? It really increases the participation of a pool. So we did share this information with the staff here, and HAP was very good about working with us. And Scott came up with the numbers that people are going to come to this pool if you do something like that. And so we do have a little simple drawing here. It's a kind of a conservative approach to it. It may not look conservative to you, but this is not a water park. This is a facility that actually can be built in 2 phases. You see a beach entry on the top. It's a separate body of water. You heard Scott talk about the top pool. If you have a diaper issue or something, that the water was getting recirculated. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that, you're not? Oh, okay. I don't know why. Are you not seeing the images of this pool? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right, so this is something that we've drawn up that we thought would work well, and these are our recommendations, that this WTI concept could happen at Elmer Thomas Park. We are incorporating the industry standards and best practices in this pool. Let me continue just to explain what's in it. It's the beach entries up top, and then we have a regular pool, an entertainment pool with lots of watertainment activities. It has a water slide, it has ADA ramp, has basketball goals, and then it drifts into a lazy river. That could be a phase 1 of a pool out at Elmer Thomas. And then possibly phase 2 is we'd add a slide complex. Are you able to see that? Which would really increase the population for that pool. So this pool goes into a plunge pool that evolves into the lazy river. And this is just ideas, but we're glad to just kind of show you that today.
So overall, this is kind of the concept that Hafen Association, along with Water Technology, developed as to what the aquatics operations at Elmer Thomas Park could look like. I'm going to skip over just to talk a little bit about what the potential operations are within the facility. And so when we took a look at what the operations of a new concept and a new facility would be for Lawton, we looked at what your current operations are. And first of all, you typically operate on a 14-week season, Memorial Day to Labor Day. We would operate similarly in offering season passes as well as daily admissions. Now you'll see that the daily admissions that we would recommend for this type of facility are a little bit higher than what your current operations are, but given the length of stay that people would typically spend at this spot, as well as the amenities that are offered, there is the opportunity to be able to charge a higher fee than what you normally do as of today. And then when we talk about the expense side of things, we are recommending that there be a full-time aquatics position. I know the operations themselves are only during the summer timeframe, but the prep leading up to it, as well as closing that facility, does require additional full-time staff to be able to do that. In addition, that position could then assist in other events, activities throughout the entire year that the city offers within the Parks and Recreation Department. There are a number of activities and things that take place that additional full-time staff or staffing would be required and needed. But in particular, essentially from January through September, this aquatics position would be busy with recruiting and training staff, as well as getting the pool up to be able to run and then operate that during the year. We did take a look at what the part-time rates are, and those are continuing to increase, as we've seen across the country in many different places. When we put together the operational plan for this, we did not include water or sewer rates because the city does not charge itself for those services. We did include a higher insurance cost rate than what we normally put in other places. Typically, pools or municipalities offer their liability insurance through pooling, and I'm sure that's what the city does here, and we don't know what those costs are, but we assumed a higher cost to be able to make sure that we captured as much of the potential operating expenses as what we could. The mayor noted earlier that one of the items that they like to see is a capital replacement fund for the facility itself. So in the expenditures of this operation, we have included some costs to be able to fund those into the future. So when we took a look at the overall operations and what that potential revenue is, just under $200,000. The primary source of that income is through daily admissions, as well as the members that would be there throughout the year. There's a substantial opportunity for birthday parties. These provide a great opportunity for folks to be able to host those at this facility. And then we did include some programming aspect of it, leaving for the most part the swim lessons left to the YMCA, but there's water fitness as well as some other activities that could take place within the pool itself. So on the expenditure side of things, there's really three main items. There's a number of line items that we've identified within each of these, but the bulk of the cost is on the personnel side of things. That full-time staff person, as well as approximately, when this facility is operating, would have about 16 part-time staff or seasonal staff that is on site while it is operating. That typically is going to equate to about 30 to 40 part-time or seasonal staff that would be required to be able to operate that facility during the summer. So that does require a significant amount of cost there to be able to do that. We did take a look at the commodities. The biggest number there is on the chemical side of things, and again, that's primarily the chlorine that is required to be able to have a sanitary condition. And then the last item on there is contractual. Again, the biggest item is utility costs. Your utility costs typically are anywhere from $3.50 to $4 per square foot. So when we take a look at this facility, about half of that cost would be in the utility cost alone. And then overall, when we look at the expenditures, we included a capital replacement allocation. So though, again, this is what we would recommend, is the city would set aside annually $50,000. And again, that would be left up to you as to what you should put. But we recommend an allocation annually of $50,000 to be able to take a look at replacing those pumps, the filters, all of the items that are within the facility, so you aren't challenged to annually try to budget that, or if something does break, that you're not having to try to allocate or figure out, should we do that or do this? And so that's specifically what that fund is set aside for. So overall, we're taking a look at the revenue and expenditures, and we look at this facility as about a $250,000 annual investment, as opposed to the current operations, which are about $110,000. So it is significantly more. However, there's a full-time position that is in here that would benefit the Parks and Recreation Department overall, as well as the attendance would go from probably, I think the attendance is pretty minimal, less than 25 people per day. On this facility, we're projecting that you would have 300 to 400 visitors per day. So you're having significantly more participation from your residents, which are the primary users of this facility moving forward. So overall, when we take a look at what those recommendations are, first is to provide a modern family aquatic center that is to be utilized for the residents and for them to enjoy. 2 phases if necessary, create that full-time position, convert the wading pools to splash pads, invest in recreation management software. We, in the earlier presentation, talked about modernizing the operations to be able to handle cash handling and understand what those operations are, as well as develop an aquatics operation manual. One of the items that didn't make it into this presentation that I think we've shared with you in the report is based on the splash pads. And overall, when we take a look at what we're recommending for the city to have as far as aquatics are concerned, it is to have 1 main outdoor pool as well as 4 splash pads. You currently have 2 splash pads right now as well as the municipal pool. So what we would recommend is to have 4 splash pads. The ideal location for those 2 additional ones would be Lee West as well as East Side Park would be the recommendation for those 2 additional splash pads. So it's a lot of information, short time frame. I think we hit the half an hour if I know. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Okay, so you probably said this and I missed it. To build the pool you showed us pictures of, what is the estimate?
I can tell you the pool cost was about 3.1 million. 3.1.
Okay.
But with all the amenities, the buildings, the bathhouse, the pool decks, the sidewalks, what it would come up to.
Yeah, and I'll be touching on this in the Elmer Thomas Master Plan, but all the supporting elements and amenities to the pool would be about $10 million. And that's parking, bathrooms, pump house, retaining wall, roads. I mean, it's.
Does that include the basketball courts and all the other stuff as well? or
That
just-
does not.
Okay.
That is only related to the pool and pool itself.
Council, you have any questions?
I just had a quick question, reverse again. At some point in there, you were talking about laned pools, and you said we had enough laned pools.
Lap lanes, yes.
And how are those served currently?
Please ask what's your last question about that?
How are those swim teams and such as that, how is that provided for currently?
Okay, great question. Well, when the college started having trouble with their pool heater, they had one high school swim team using it. I think it's Elgin, I think. And then the Y ended up hosting them. Yeah, it's Elgin. And then the Lawton High School used the Y anyway. So they are hosting 2 swim teams. They have memberships who lap swim. They do swim lessons in their shallow water lap pool. And so, and with the college, that's ample lap lanes being offered by a city of this size. So that's where we came up with that.
Okay.
We didn't feel like we should have another lap lane taking up space at the pool, but we easily could. Again, we just did a concept that we were asked to do.
I was just trying to visualize it because I don't participate in that, of course, but not for a long time.
Well, there are 25-yard lanes, and so the college having 6 and the Y having 8 and 8, 16, that's 22.
I was under the impression, though, that Cameron wasn't interested in providing that service as a general rule. I don't know how to actually put that because I don't know exactly. I've just heard that they weren't interested in making that a rotation pool for any swim teams and stuff that might need it. And then I know unless things have changed at the Y, there's no place at the Y really to speak of for any spectators to.
There isn't. There's a small set of bleachers at the Y. They're very tiny. I mean, it's maybe 3 deep, but otherwise you have to just stand around the pool. Cameron has a little bit more capability, and currently they're housing the Bison swim team, and then all of the three high school swim teams swim at Cameron. But they have been swimming on posts because the pool heater has been broke.
So those are tip and roll bleachers, just roll
Mr. Harris.
7 up per meet, and they work great, but it doesn't involve a lot of people. When they do have a meet, it's only one other team, so it seems to work out for them.
Mr. Harris.
So will we be able to incorporate the existing splash pad in Elmer Thomas Park into this? Or
Great question. Well, it is free, and it is open earlier and stays open later, but we think those would be very independent.
Mr. Hampton.
Yes, I think it's wonderful, all the new aquatic facilities that are going in, and we certainly do need that. But I do want to remind the council that the wading pools and the municipal pool are all under application by SHPO. SHPO came down and took a look at them. They're looking at putting them on the historical preservation list, and when that happens, they'll be restored with outside funding, just to make everybody aware of that.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to accept the aquatics plan as an overview plan without specifically identifying projects to be prioritized or funded without further approval of the council.
Hold on just a minute. Oh, okay. I got to do public input first.
Okay.
At this time, I'll open the floor for public input. Anybody wishing to speak on the aquatics master plan, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close public input. We do have a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
And you second it. Would you accept a friendly amendment to bring that back in June for prioritization?
I would, yes.
Would you accept that? Okay,
Come back in
discussion or
June.
debate? Please vote. And that carries 8-0. Thank you very much. Now, are we going to do the Elmer Thomas? They're here for that too? Okay. Item number 7, consider receiving a presentation from Half Associates on the proposed final draft. On the proposed final draft of the Elmer Thomas Park conceptual plan, allowing for public input and discussion, and approving the plan, including any floor amendments. Christie.
It's me again. Okay, we have Half here for one more presentation. This is the Elmer Thomas Park conceptual plan. And now just for reference, this is not a master plan. This is actually a conceptual plan. So we have taken the Parks master plan that was approved in March of 2021, and this is actually a conceptual plan. So if this gets approved, then the next step would be actually going out and obtaining construction documents. So this is a step further down the line than the other two plans.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, this will be shorter than the last one. I promise.
Thank you.
Well, my clicker's working, so we're at least off on a good start there. So the team is the same on this project without any sub-consultants. Lenny Hughes, myself, and Brandon Hay. Going to talk a little bit about the public engagement on this project, as well as the end result in the concept we have for you. So starting out with Elmer Thomas, knowing where it's at within the city, in a very prominent spot off the highway. It is the front door of your community, and also relatively centered to the town. Just as we did with the lakes, we went through and did an analysis on several different layers and levels of the park, starting out with the utilities, knowing that utilities within the park have, come from significant investment. Most recently, the electrical infrastructure allocated for the Festival of Lights there in the park, and so being cognizant of where those are and the way that we could least impact them while still improving the park. Trails and sidewalks, taking a general inventory of where everything is and how the park is connected both internally and externally, vehicular access, and looking at vehicular access in conjunction with the trails and sidewalks, knowing exactly how vehicles and pedestrians interact within the site and around the site. Topography, this is probably a pretty unique park in that it has a lot of rolling terrain, a lot of unique, almost a natural beauty. I mean, that's what the surrounding area of Lawton looks like, and it's very unique that a city is able to capture the surrounding country and put it into a park within the town limits. It's very interesting in that fact. How the park is used, generally the different areas of programming. So on the west side is definitely more passive. Your center has a lot more activity, and then on the east side is more of a passive, reserved area for a lot of the veterans memorials. And that's kind of the concept that we've carried through, trying to stay true to the park and the character it has now. And lastly, one of the more important things is restrooms and the accessibility to them. We heard a lot throughout the process that families, veterans, elderly people coming through and using the park didn't have enough access to the restrooms. Either they're not open, not usable, or there's not enough of them. So talking about how we engaged with the public and the steering committee for this project, we held 2 steering committee meetings in which we identified all of the items you'll see on your screen here. A lot of them are basic park elements that we want to make sure and improve on, enhance, and focus on moving forward. In addition to the steering committee, we held a public meeting, 2 public meetings this year to review the concepts and direction that we received from the steering committee and the general direction with the park. Similar to the lakes process and the master plan effort there, we really wanted to engage the public to understand exactly what they wanted to see in the park. We gave them precedent imagery for them to select what they did and didn't want to see, an open board to let them voice their opinions, and a number of other interactive ways that they could tell us how the park should be shaped moving forward. So out of that, we created a word web to show what was most important about Elmer Thomas today. And by far, the biggest thing was open space. People want to preserve the park with its natural beauty and its natural state right now. It has a lot of character of just being an open space, again, relating to that, that prairie that surrounds Lawton and the rolling terrain. It's a unique feature, and people want to preserve it. So in addition to that, trails, the lake, general scenery, a lot of things that you would see with a typical park. But what was missing, people, although it's an open park and people appreciate that, I think they want more shade, more trees, a little bit more vegetation to break up some of the area, but provide a buffer to the roadway and highway noise visually and audibly. In addition to that, there was a pretty significant stakeholder group at the meeting that represented the desire to have a skate park associated with Elmer Thomas and our ideas moving forward, as well as pickleball courts, shade, across the board as well. So taking all of that into consideration, we put together a few concepts, and as we worked towards that concept, we came up with a number of iterations to work with city staff as well as the steering committee and identify exactly how the park should function from a programming standpoint. Identifying both existing features and proposed features. The concepts up here show kind of how we worked through that process and ultimately where we landed with this. And apologize for the formatting issues again. The PowerPoint gods were not on my side this time. So as an overall view of the park, you can see that pretty much the structure of it stays the same. We wanted to acknowledge all the important features and really make sure that they were preserved and improved on. And really where that starts out with is the lake being kind of the center point of the park, and then the vehicular circulation, really defining the different areas of the park. Your north-south 6th Street connection from Cash down to Ferris could potentially be a conflict point for pedestrians, but what we want to do is expand the roadway profile and add parallel parking on either side. What that does, number one, it gives us additional parking, but also it slows that vehicular traffic along 6th Street, as well as portions of 3rd Street on the far east side of the site. In addition to the parallel parking, we have landscape buffers and medium buffers to help break that up visually. But the nice thing about the parallel parking, as opposed to large swaths of asphalt or concrete, larger parking lots, is that it's almost unnoticeable from a distance, especially with the addition of trees and some of the berming and landscaping that we're suggesting. We really see that the additional parking that is needed for day-to-day, but also for events, would almost disappear into the landscape and still preserve and keep in contact the open space concept. There in the center, and we'll kind of do an expanded view here in a bit, but in the very dead center of the image there, you see the activity zone, the event lawn, and some of the more highly programmed areas of the site. So with that, we'll go ahead and look at the first quarter of the site. With the current operations of the maintenance facility and the future theater going there on the north side, or the top side of the screen, we wanted to make sure that those were accounted for in the design and were well connected into the overall idea of the park. One of the more challenging things is keeping the prairie dog inhabitants of the park constrained to a smaller section to both prevent pedestrian conflict but infrastructure conflict. We understand that there's been a significant challenge with electrical infrastructure and other infrastructure being damaged by the prairie dogs. And while the Prairie Dog Preserve really limits their area, just in our understanding and our research, they can be constrained by visual barriers, both in berming and vegetated barriers. Without significant investment by putting concrete below grade and really controlling them, this is the best that you can do, other than eradicating them entirely from the park. Otherwise, it's just something that will have to be acknowledged moving forward. But even if the prairie dog, and I forget the term of a large group of prairie dogs, but if they do expand outside of this preserve area, it's still a place that we see that people can come and safely observe them, so that it doesn't disturb the prairie dogs, and they can really treat this as a natural viewing opportunity. Up on Lake Helen, we have rentals for paddle boats, stand-up paddle boards, whatever, just ways to engage in the lake, and that would be determined at a future time, but wanted to make sure we allocated for that infrastructure. In addition to that, we have restrooms, and then jumping back over to the left side of the screen, we have an overflow parking lot on the bottom there. That would be situated to not only support the flex lawn that you see in the center there, but also larger events, your 4th of July concerts, your Festival of Lights, your 5Ks, and anything else that happens in the park. Anything that really overflows from your hardscape, your structured parking, you can locate there and other places that we've identified in the park. The flex lawn itself is really meant to be supplemental to the larger great lawn in the amphitheater, so that if you had a larger concert, that you could rotate different stages or host different events at the same time. This flex lawn would be just kind of a generalized flat piece of ground that would allow for pick up soccer games or something like that, but also could be mowed for more structured events. With that, we are preserving the existing concession restroom that's adjacent to the current Miracle Field. But as you'll notice in this rendering, we are recommending the removal of the Miracle Field. And not the removal, but the relocation of the Miracle Field, and that it would go with more like-use programming. Our experience with sports and tourism, specifically ball fields, is that, and more so, the Miracle Fields or accessible fields, is that the user groups of those fields don't want to be isolated. It's important for the people using Miracle Fields and accessible amenities, playgrounds, whatever, that they are always adjacent to their peers. The intent of those types of facilities not only provide them an opportunity, but an opportunity to enjoy it with their peers and really see no barriers. So we are recommending that the Miracle Field be relocated to Eastside Park or another facility that does host other ball fields. Now, with this being a full-on idea of what Elmer Thomas should be, the implementation of that could happen at a much later date. That can almost be the last thing that's done in the park. If the lifespan of that needs to continue, then it can, and then at the appropriate time that facility would be relocated. The other significant thing that we're doing here is constricting the traffic to the main roads, 6th Street and 3rd Street, with 6th Street being the only north-south connector, and that the auxiliary road on the east side of the park would be rededicated and sectioned off as a maintenance road. That could also support festivals and that sort of thing when needed. There we go. Okay. So we've already gone over several things around the lake, but what I want to focus on now is the promenade there in the center. Currently, the only way to access the lake is on the north side, specifically for fishing. All of the other lakeshore is relatively steep or overvegetated, so providing a promenade or a boardwalk that allows people to fish off of it to get closer to the lake edge is important, and restructuring some of the organization and circulation around the lake. We're taking what is currently being proposed as a lake loop trail, kind of a memorial walk, and implementing that into this concept. And with that, making sure that there's points of connection off of that trail to the reimagined amphitheater. And we didn't have any conceptual image. I'm trying to keep this presentation short, but the amphitheater is really something that we want to make sure that is programmed in every season, not just for a festival, so that it's accessible to families. And what really we're envisioning is landscaped tiers or steps, large, wide swaths of grass with retaining walls so that people can go out there and do yoga or have family picnics and engage in the amphitheater when it's not putting on a show or something like that, that it really supports more than what it is today, but also that in this full vision that it supports a lot of the activities and programming of the park or the playground in the aquatics facility there. And there will be an enlargement of the playground here shortly. And then the other thing that we want to do is preserve the existing memorials, make sure that that is a dedicated area that if people want to go and reflect, find solitude, that they can do that without the noise and interruption of some of the more heavily programmed areas of the park. So on the southeast corner of the site, there is a segment of the park that is disjointed from the main body of Elmer Thomas. And in our public meetings, like I mentioned, we had a large group of individuals that represented the skate park community, and they really voiced their desire to have adequate skate park facilities in the city of Lawton. And we really saw that this was a good opportunity to utilize land that really wouldn't be able to hold much other programming elements, since it is somewhat isolated from the main park, but also adjacent to the highway. It provides a good buffer. There's already a level of noise that skate parks generate just by tracks rolling through, and we think that this would be an ideal space for that to be located, that it wouldn't have any impact on residents around the area. So with that, we're also proposing some basketball courts and a pump track, as well as parking and a restroom to support those facilities. And then as the main connector from that area to the main body of the park, we're suggesting to put in a large pedestrian bridge, which has a twofold function, one being a physical connection to provide safe access to either side of the park, in avoiding a major intersection, but also providing, since this is the front door of Lawton, provide a significant entry signage opportunity there to help brand and identify that you're entering the city of Lawton. On the south side of what the kind of the veterans section is, we want to preserve the existing pavilions and buildings there and repurpose, at least seasonally, the ice rink concrete pad so that you could host a couple of pickleball courts there in all of the other days of the year that it is not occupied by the ice rink, and really make it something more than just a concrete pad as it is now. On the south side, to help balance out the site, provide kind of another area of refuge, would be in addition of a pond with some sort of recirculating system to balance out Lake Helen to the north and create a draw to the south. So with that pond, we are proposing, a water feature like mentioned, as well as some pavilions and seating opportunities with shade. And located in the center there is the event lawn, stage, pavilion, and restroom, as well as a supporting playground. Also within the public meetings we held that we heard a number of families that wanted an opportunity in Elmer Thomas to recreate and play with their children, specifically children that may have special needs and need a little bit more of a quiet environment that the main playground doesn't provide at all times. So the last quadrant of this park is really focused around the existing museums there, the museum complex. We wanted to make sure that these museums were tied into the park, that they had not only accessibility but programming opportunities. So on the north side of the museums is now kind of an unused, unprogrammed space, and providing connections with trails to more of an open, natural landscape was important there. And then the last section of this concept is the center, the kind of the main focal point. And Robbie already touched on this a little bit as we worked on this concept within a larger concept, and also a part of the aquatics master plan. But knowing that this was kind of the anchor point of the whole park next to the lake, we really wanted to create a family environment. And that's not only in this section, but throughout the park. We wanted to make sure it was family accessible so that a lot of connections from your car to your destination, you would not be impeded by a road. So that's why in between, and that's really the driver as to why we disconnected 6th Street from 3rd Street, to provide an uninhibited access for families to go to and from the amphitheater, sport courts, aquatics, lakeshore, to the event space or event lawn to the south, and making sure that that was open and free access. But to support your festivals and connections when it's needed, there is a temporary road that can be opened up and driven over with emergency vehicles and even just your day-to-day traffic as they're filtering through the festival lights or something like that. And that is the green strip towards the bottom of this image here. As I mentioned previously, we have another dedicated area for overflow parking, making sure that that's programmed into the idea and the concept, and that there's adequate parking for your normal operations, but as well as your events. We also dedicated a small area towards the sport courts to help support kind of that multi-generation aspect of the park, and what we really foresee participating in the playground and the aquatic facilities as well as the sport court. So it helps support kids of all ages as well as families and family units. So a rough order of magnitude for this park is about $25 million in total at a full build out. As I mentioned previously, the aquatic facilities and adjacent parking and infrastructure would be about $10 million in today's dollars as well. And that's really how it ties into phasing. So phase one, knowing your needs for an aquatics facility is your first phase as we recommend moving forward. And then building on that, you want to focus on your larger, more significant projects. So then you would want to focus on your infrastructure, roadways, in the framework of your park, the event center, and some of your larger structures. From there, we would suggest working on some of the smaller, more isolated things such as trails and connectors and other elements in the park. And that is all I have. So I will open up to questions.
Okay, so I personally like a lot of this. There's some things I might like to see a little bit different, but it is conceptual. I don't really like moving the ballpark because we got about 1.3 in it. So moving it just doesn't, it's hard for me. But we have plenty of prairie dogs. And I'm wondering if you accept payment in prairie dogs.
No, I think that's about $1 short.
They make good pets.
Somebody's out loading up your trunk with them right now.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to accept this conceptual plan for Elmer Thomas Park as a general overview plan without specifically identifying priorities or funding, and further to be brought back to council the first meeting of June.
Great motion. We have a motion and a second, but we're going to pause a minute and open the floor up for public input. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time.
I was ready to go. Get it done.
All right. Thank you. And please give us your name and address.
My name is Walter Smith. My address is 2303 Southwest 39th Street, and I'm here on behalf of the skateboarding community. So I'm here on the skateboarding, behalf of the skateboarding community. We were at most of the meetings, and I'm not sure if the council's aware, but our current skate park is over 20 years old. So we ask that you take into great consideration on ordering of the park that the skateboard may get. I don't want to say preferential treatment, but we have a skate park currently that's over 20 years old. So we hope that ours can be one of the first groundbreaking in this plan.
Right. I think we've got money in specifically for a skate park, don't we, Randy? Yeah.
I don't remember how much it was, but I believe there is for the skate park.
From my understanding, prior to COVID, there was plans for a skate park. Some funds might have been donated, but after COVID, it just kind of...
I do think we're attuned to the state park better than we used to be, and I don't expect it to be left out, but I encourage you to keep us to it, okay?
There's issues at the old skate park, but the pump track is more than just for the skateboarders. There's other BMXers. We wanted an open community for anybody to come in. It's not just skateboards.
Didn't you meet with some of the professional skateboarders came in and you guys met with them on design?
That might have been before my time. But there are a lot of professional skaters in the Oklahoma City community, a lot of out in Altus. Everybody's trying to,
There was a design somewhere, Mayor, because they put a design, because I remember a bowl and other things that were put in there.
Is Saturday. There'll be a big community at the skate park currently on 38th, in case you guys want to come out and see some of your local skateboarders. But the physical fitness portion of the pump track, it's not just for skate. I'm 51. I'm a skateboarder. Keeps me in health.
And you go out there and skate?
I currently.
You're 51. Do you fall? I've seen those kids fall.
Yes, but I take longer to recover than the younger kids. I can't sleep at all.
Okay. We're not going to forget this. Thank you for bringing it up, and please keep us to task.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on this item for Elmer Thomas Park conceptual plan? Seeing none, I'll close the public input. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Who made that second? Mr. Harris?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to give that meeting in June a date of the 27th, I believe. That's the second meeting in June.
Why don't you want it in the first?
Because of the first meeting is already filling up.
Because John didn't want it then, he wanted it.
No, Okay,
Blame
second
John.
meeting. And you accept that, okay? Okay, so we have a motion and a second
Thank you.
discussion or debate. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay. All right, now we're moving into budget, so we're going to take another 5 minutes. And we are going to keep it to 5.
Test, test. Hello.
Okay. Let's get back on the dais. Okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to, here in a minute, we're going to skip 8. We're going to get a motion for executive session. We're going to go to executive session, come back and deal with those motions. Then we're going to continue the meeting to Thursday at 2. Okay? And we're going to deal with the budget then because we're all worn out. Now with that, can I get a motion? Is that okay, lawyer?
That's fine.
Okay. You know, if Tim says that's fine, we're
It's
in
good,
good
yeah.
shape.
If Tim says.
Do you have a motion?
Motion to move to executive.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes, here.
Executive session item number 9. Tim.
Item 42, I think, Mayor. Well, I guess it is item 9. Okay.
You're on the wrong one.
I'm on the wrong, well, that's May, yeah, I am. I'll borrow yours, sir. Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convene an executive session, discuss a pending claim from Department of Housing and Urban Development regarding city's HUD policies and procedures and potential reimbursement of HUD funds. That conversation did occur. It's my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor and council, I move that concerning finding 2 of the HUD monitoring report of the city's home program, I move to direct staff to pay $32,431.79 from the city's general fund to the participating jurisdiction's local account.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion at a second. Please call the roll, or please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Executive session item number 10. Tim.
Okay, council, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim, Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. That conversation did occur, and a motion, it's my understanding, is ready.
Mayor and council, in an effort, I make a motion that in an effort to move forward in attempting to resolve the pending claim, I move that we direct staff to prepare RFPs to submit for council approval to the appropriate for the operation of the Schoolhouse Slough.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, Council, I have a procedural motion. I move to continue this meeting till Thursday at 2 p.m.
I have a motion to continue the meeting at 2 p.m. We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Make such motion.
Oh, wait a minute. We don't do that. We continue it so we don't have to do that. Okay. So never mind. We're in continuance, right?
We are in recess. Yep.